Say something into your microphone.
Something.
Hear that, Councilmember Posada?
Try again, sorry.
Something. Testing. Hello.
Yeah,
Did you like that?
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot to always send a request in because I keep notebooks.
Right. I was like, this must be helpful. Wait, nobody put their thoughts in. Especially when it's like 158 pages.
Okay, yeah, the system is like really, it's right up close to where
Get
the
a
mayor
copy of the
sits, so
minutes, but
kind of closer to the window.
Okay, am I supposed to give you a copy of the minutes as well? Anytime? Okay, got it. I apologize. I forgot to give them to Barb too. I totally forgot. I had a soccer tournament to go to, so I apologize.
no.
Okay,
You wouldn't know. I mean,
I'll get it next time, I promise.
thank you for hoping. I was like, look at this. I was seeing since Kathy was here. Remember to say anything to
Good.
us. I know. I just gotta.
Phone.
Oh no.
I'm gonna put the background noise removal on medium instead of low.
All right, thank you.
Maybe I'll put it on high, and then if he says he can't hear, we can fix it again.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right.
Should I move the thing, the mic towards them so I can pick them up in the broadcast? It's supposed to come through there, but it's.
Block out most people, but let us know and we'll lower the filter.
No, that was actually great. That cuts off a lot of that. I could hear like Randy moving her purse and like the Zoom with people outside and everything. So
Okay, good.
This is good. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
I think he said he was gonna move the owl. But we'll see.
Welcome, everyone. This is the, what is today? November 14th, 2023 meeting of the Carrboro Town Council. This is a regular business meeting of the council. Welcome to our full house tonight. You're very quiet for such a large full room, but welcome you here. Council members, are there any adjustments to the agenda we need to make tonight? Sammy Slade.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to include a resolution calling for an immediate de-escalation and ceasefire in Israel and Gaza.
Add that to the agenda under resolutions. Okay. Is there a second?
A second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to add this resolution to our agenda tonight, which will go under resolutions. Is there any discussion?
Do we have Councilmember Posada?
Oh, I should have said this from the beginning. Sorry. Let me pause. So you may notice, everybody, that Councilmember Eleazar Posada is not in his seat tonight, but he is present tonight. He's in the little screen up there. Welcome, Eleazar. He can hear us, and he can speak with us, and he can see us. And this is actually a little bit of an inaugural moment for the Town Council. Very recently this year, as you may know, the state legislature passed a statute during the COVID-19 pandemic that authorized local governments like ours to allow, under certain conditions, members of our council to participate remotely when they need to. So in a meeting like tonight's, which is a regular business meeting, which is, anyway, without getting into all the details, Eleazar is able to participate fully as a member of the council, including voting on matters before the board. So Eleazar will be participating just as if he were here tonight. It's the first time that our council has used these new rules under the statute that authorized us to do that. And so we'll see how it goes. And Eleazar has raised his hand. Yes, Eleazar.
I was just trying it out. I didn't know if we were back into debate, but
Okay.
just checking it.
It worked. I saw your hand, and I'm going to try to do a good job of keeping an eye on that throughout the evening. But feel free, if I miss you, to jump in if you need to. Okay. All right. So there has been a motion by Sammy and a second by Danny to add this resolution to our agenda tonight under resolutions. Is there any discussion of the motion before we vote on it? Seeing none. All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye.
I had a.
Oh, sorry, Eleazar. Go ahead. Sorry, I missed the hand already. We're going to get used to this.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everyone. I just wanted to jump in and say that I was one of the council members that last time when this resolution came up, voted against putting it on the agenda. Tonight, I will be voting to put it on the agenda for a couple of reasons. First, it came to my attention after the meeting that I had worked or attempted to work with both Councilmember Slade and the mayor to ensure that the resolution that came before us had some language that I wanted to see. I did not get a chance to see the revised version before we came to the meeting due to some word conflicts. And during the meeting, I had the wrong resolution in front of me. So that was a mistake that I wanted to own up and apologize to my colleagues for. So based on that, I just wanted to publicly apologize for my mistake and take ownership of that. And, explain to folks why I am moving my vote from a no to a yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleazar. Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. And all opposed, say no.
No.
So I count 4 in favor and 3 opposed. The motion carries. So that will come up under resolutions. Okay, we are going to start tonight the way we always do, which is with our poet laureate, Liza Wolf Francis. Welcome, Liza.
Good evening, and hi, Eleazar on the camera, and everybody. Good to see you. I am wanting to read a poem about kind of thinking on current events right now, not necessarily to get too political, though war is always political, and certainly it's been weighing on my mind. This is called Songbirds of War. War disorients this time and space we share, vertically, horizontally, logic missing, don't hurt anyone, do no harm. Who said we belong to each other? And what if we don't want to belong to each other? We happen upon war after war after war, a constant unfolding and ever-evolving crisis. From the outside, we imagine what it must feel like from the inside, and a part of us begins to rot, like a wound that won't heal, simmering on flesh, like we pray for miracles and sometimes they don't come. It's like we never heard of the past, never visited the underworld, don't remember where we came from, don't remember the lands where our ancestors danced, sang songs, hummed to the crackle of fire. Don't remember who we are in the context of all other beings, who we are and who we are to each other and who we are not. Valley of bodies, lost graves, stench stayed in the land. Where did the songbirds go in the midst of bombs and smoke and dying? Do they fly away? Are they too bombed and dying? Their feathers flying up like a tornado in the destruction, their song cut from the air the moment the sound of bombs and sirens and wailing takes over. Perhaps beforehand they sense a coming doom, fly to places where war is invisible, to where their song can be heard rather than drowned out. Or perhaps they fly back to where the war is, or stay where they are and try to sing songs to the war and its crises. I imagine these songbirds come from millet and seed thrown into a settling, come to remind us there are songs still to be sung, colors flying like hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liza.
Thank you.
I have one proclamation. Well, I have a couple proclamations, but one that I'm going to read tonight. And I'm first going to ask if Bridget Pemberton Smith has arrived.
I believe we just got word that she's on her way.
On her way. Okay. Well, maybe. I wonder how on her way she is.
He said maybe you could read the other one and maybe
Here's
she'll
the other
be
one, yeah. I was going to skip that one because there's no one here to take it, but I will let people know about this one. This is a resolution about OWASA's Care to Share Day. And so I'll just read through it in the hope of soaking up some time here. Whereas in 2021, nearly 12% of households in Carrboro were estimated to have incomes below $25,000. And whereas at 4,000 gallons of use per month, the average water and sewer bill in Carrboro requires nearly 14 hours of work at minimum wage before taxes to pay. And whereas clean water is critical to public health and the vitality of our community, and whereas the Orange Water and Sewer Authority, or OWASA, is prohibited by law from providing discounted rates based on income. And whereas providing equitable drinking water and wastewater services to the community requires investment in the community's water and wastewater infrastructure. And whereas the Interfaith Council for Social Service, or IFC, has partnered with OWASA since 1997 to provide water and sewer bill assistance to members of our community through the Care to Share program. And whereas in 2022, Care to Share provided $28,000 of utility bill support to 146 households. And whereas it is easy for OWASA customers to contribute on their monthly water and sewer bill or through a one-time gift to the IFC's Care to Share program, and whereas non-OWASA customers can support Care to Share by giving directly to the IFC, and whereas during the month of November we celebrate thankfulness for what we have, now therefore be it resolved that I, Damon Siles, Mayor of the town of Carrboro, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim November 16th, 2023, that's Thursday, as Care to Share Day in Carrboro in conjunction with the Orange Water and Sewer Authority. So folks, I just encourage you after tonight to go to the town's website and learn more about the Care to Share program. As the proclamation says, it's been going on, I guess, 20 years or more. And it is a critical way to help OWASA customers who are having trouble paying their utility bills. So thanks for doing that. And thanks to the clerk for helping me with this proclamation. I did see Bridget Pemberton arrive, Pemberton Smith. Will you join me at the podium, please, Bridget? Brought swag. Bridget is here representing the Carrboro Business Alliance. I thank Bridget for being here, and she'll pass out the swag while I read this proclamation for Small Business Saturday. Whereas the government of Carrboro, North Carolina celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. According to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 31.7 million small businesses in the United States, representing 99.7% of firms with paid employees. And whereas 79% of consumers understand the importance of supporting the small businesses in their community on Small Business Saturday, according to the 2022 Small Business Saturday Consumer Insights Survey, and whereas Carrboro, North Carolina supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. And whereas there are over 386 small businesses in Carrboro, making up over 97% of all business in Carrboro. And whereas Carrboro small businesses employ over 2,550 people and provide over $116 million in payroll. And whereas 68 cents out of every dollar spent at a small business in the United States stays in the local community, and every dollar spent at a small business creates an additional 48 cents in local business activity. And whereas advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country, have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday, that's a week from this coming Saturday. Now, therefore, I, Damon Siles, Mayor of Carrboro, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim November 25th as Small Business Saturday in Carrboro, and urge the residents of our community and county to support small and local businesses on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. And let's applaud that. And I'll just add that the proclamation makes clear that it's not just shopping in Carrboro small businesses, but all Orange County small businesses, because sales tax revenue is a county-wide endeavor. And if you're shopping in Chapel Hill or Hillsborough or other parts of Orange County and in Carrboro, you're helping all of Orange County. So please consider doing that. Bridget, would you like to share some remarks?
Sure. I wasn't really prepared to, but I'll just talk off the top of my head. These are the bags I handed out to the council members. So yeah, we've been, the Carrboro Business Alliance has been celebrating Small Business Saturday for many years now. We've done booths out in front of Weaver Street Market and also down at the farmers market, all sorts of different things. Sometimes we hand out swag. Since the pandemic, people have been less wanting to take bags of swag from us. So this year we're doing something new. So if you guys don't follow the Carrboro Business Alliance or the local businesses on social media, start following it, because we're doing a big social media campaign, which I think is going to be a lot of fun. So anyway, I really do want to encourage everyone to shop small. I've owned one business in Carrboro for a long time, and then just this year I've opened up a new business. It's a private practice, and you know, when I had my choices of places to open a private practice, there is no question in my mind where it would be. It had to be in Carrboro, because I just love this community and I love the way it supports small businesses. So yeah, y'all go out and shop local next week from Saturday.
Thank you so much, Bridget. Thanks for running over here.
Oh, yeah.
I got 2 bags. I want to thank also the Economic Development Director for the town, John Hartman Brown, who is standing and keeping an eye on us in the back of the room. Thank you, John, for supporting this. All right, so we'll come to resolutions. We have one resolution on the agenda, as you know. Council members, here's how I think this should probably go, because we do also have a number of folks who've come out tonight to speak on this matter. Is there any more than what I have on this list, Madam Clerk?
I texted you the remaining list.
Gotcha, cool. All right. So I think the first thing that we need to do is I'm going to ask Sammy to introduce the resolution by reading it into the record so that everybody knows what the resolution actually says. All right, Sammy.
Thank you, Damon. And I just want to first give credit to Representative Cori Bush. This resolution is basically her resolution that she's trying to pass in Congress, and just want to state gratitude to my council fellow members in our attempt to find something that we could all live by. I'm not happy with this. It doesn't include a language speaking to funding of military aid, and but this is the best we could do to get support. So here goes. Resolution calling for an immediate de-escalation and ceasefire in Israel and Gaza. Whereas all human life is precious and the targeting of civilians, no matter their faith or ethnicity, is a violation of international humanitarian law. Whereas between October 7th and November 13th, 2023, armed violence has claimed the lives of over 11,000 Palestinians and over 1,400 Israelis, including Americans, and wounded thousands more. Whereas hundreds of thousands of lives are at imminent risk if a ceasefire is not achieved and humanitarian aid is not delivered without delay. And whereas the federal government holds immense diplomatic and appropriations powers to save Israeli and Palestinian lives, now therefore be it resolved that the town of Carrboro calls upon our U.S. congressional delegation, both in the Senate and House of Representatives, to join us in 1, urging the Biden administration to immediately call for and facilitate de-escalation and ceasefire to urgently end the current violence. And 2, calling upon the Biden administration to promptly send and facilitate the entry of humanitarian assistance at the scale needed into North and South Gaza. Be it further resolved, the town of Carrboro supports all of its Muslim and Jewish residents and condemns Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. Be it further resolved that the Carrboro Town Council asked town clerk that copies of this resolution be quickly forwarded to the President of the United States and Carrboro's congressional delegation.
Thank you, Sammy. So Sammy has put the motion before us, and I'll take that as a motion to approve the resolution. Sammy, is there a second of the resolution?
I'd like the second.
Okay. So it's a second by Danny. So I think we should probably hear from people who have come to speak before we move forward. So we'll do that next. And I'm just going to go in the order that people signed up on my sheet here, as well as the order of the text message I got from the clerk with more names on it. Not too many more names. Let me just say before I call the first speaker up, a couple of things, just sort of ground rules. First, for those of you who haven't spoken before the council before, we do ask that you keep your comments to no more than 3 minutes. So I will be keeping time and, moving you along once you've reached your 3 minutes. Second, if you'll just observe the discussion guidelines we have posted up on the wall behind the town clerk. And what they really amount to is just being respectful of one another, recognizing that we're all here as neighbors and acting accordingly. And finally, I will just ask that when you do come to speak up at the podium, that you address your comments to the council as a body, not to individual council members or to members of the audience. Okay? All right, so I'm going to go in order, as I said, of the list that I have in front of me, and I'll start with Harry Hoy. And I'll apologize ahead of time for any mispronunciations of names. And just one more note I'll make is just no disruptions from the audience, please. No applause. No, just want to keep things moving along and be as respectful and create as welcoming an environment here as we can for everybody to speak, regardless of their position. Okay. Go ahead, Harry. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Harry Hoy, and I'm a resident on James Street across from MLK Park. I'm a second-year master's student in the School of Information and Library Science at UNC, where I work for the EPA RTP Library. I also work part-time for Carrboro Parks and Rec as a facility activity supervisor. I'm here today in solidarity with my Jewish and Arab neighbors to express support for the passage of a ceasefire resolution. Since October 24th, when this representative body failed to act, the death toll in Gaza has now surpassed 11,000. This is the result of a relentless retaliatory siege that will not resurrect the 1,200 Israelis murdered on October 7th. I mourn them all. Last week, the United Nations Secretary General called Gaza a graveyard of children. This weekend, it was reported that premature newborns died as their incubators shut down as hospitals ran out of fuel. This is all a result of the American government appropriating our tax dollars, some $3 billion a year, to fund the Israeli military, in addition to providing total diplomatic cover of Israel's belligerent actions which fly in the face of international law and any moral framework. I, along with hundreds, if not thousands, of Carrboro residents, have been calling, emailing, and writing Congresswoman Valerie Fouchy's office daily since mid-October, when Netanyahu's government made clear its genocidal intent. I've spent hours of my life on the phone, pleading, sobbing even, for my congressional representative to call for a ceasefire. She has not heeded any of our calls, and the innocent continue to die. The innocent babies, the innocent teens, the innocent elders, the innocent parents who are now childless, and the innocent children who are now orphaned. So I turn to you all. There must be a groundswell of support to end the genocide and call for a ceasefire. That groundswell must include everyone in this room, especially the council that sits before me, whose elevated status and privileged position can be leveraged to call upon Congresswoman Valerie Fouchy and President Biden to support a ceasefire at the federal level. A ceasefire that is not only morally necessary, but widely popular, with over 80% of Democratic voter approval. To quote a congressional staffer, "This building is not listening. I've never seen such a disconnect between where voters and constituents are and where Congress is. Please, I need this building to listen, to use the power invested in you by the residents of Carrboro to pass a local ceasefire resolution. History will not be kind to your moral cowardice." Thank you.
Gary. Next speaker is, and again, I apologize for pronunciations here, Darren Campbell. And then I'm going to read the next couple of names so people know who's coming up. It'll be Teresa Jensen and then Virginia Lewis. Welcome, Mr. Campbell. You're going to stand right there by that.
Wait. Ooh. Thank you.
Perfect.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I've spoken before this council before, but it's been a while. But basically, all I really want to say is, as a former veteran, former soldier to defending this country, I've seen far too much of the bad things that this world can do in the name of religion, in the name of land, in the name of things that we really don't have any business claiming as our own. Regardless of which side of the line your views may lie, I really do believe that this country has had enough pain. The bullets need to stop. We need to start putting bandages and start healing these wounds that are so gaping wide open that they cannot be silenced. If Congress won't listen to us as citizens, maybe they'll listen to you as policymakers, as politicians in your own right. It's got to stop. It's just got to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Next is Teresa Jensen, then Virginia Lewis, then Kathy Kaufman. Welcome, Teresa.
Hello, I'm Teresa Jensen. I reside in Arcadia Co-Housing on Circadian Way. This is the first time I've had the privilege of addressing you. I am a part-time mediator and conflict resolution consultant, and I want to just speak from my heart here. I have felt so much distress over the last month, empathizing with all of the suffering in Israel and Palestine. And I heard yesterday that one child in Gaza is dying every day. Like Harry, I have called the White House, I've called representatives, emailed. I'm aghast that at the United Nations level, they're not asking for a ceasefire, and the U.S. is continuing to block that. And so it is appropriate for us as members of this community to have our voices heard at the lowest level here, at the community level. And so I am here speaking on behalf of the sacredness of all human life. I ask you to take a stand. and support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Next speaker is Virginia Lewis, then Kathy Kaufman, and then Zoe Little. Welcome, Virginia.
Thank you, Town Council members, for hearing me. I'm Virginia Lewis, and I come before you as a grandmother, a social worker, one of your constituents, asking you to take a stance for humanity and to vote yes for this resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. The collective punishment that the Netanyahu government of Israel is inflicting upon the Palestinian people in response to the attacks of Hamas is a war crime, as defined by the Geneva Convention of 1948. Demonstrating genocidal intent, the Israeli government and Israeli armed officials refer to Palestinians as human animals, and they openly talk about flattening Gaza, extending their definition of Hamas to include the entire population of Palestinians. As the world watches in horror and disbelief, the U.S. government provides weapons, funding, and political cover to the Netanyahu government and the Israeli army, who in turn slaughter innocent civilians, 11,000 to date, 4,500 of those who are children. Thousands more are wounded, and thousands more lie buried beneath the rubble of destroyed buildings and homes. Over half of the homes in Gaza have been destroyed. And this is data from the UN, from the World Health Organization, and Human Rights Watch. We must speak where we have a voice, and you are my elected voice, each and every one of you. I trust you to put Carrboro on the right side of history. The U.S. is the one country with the power to turn the tide here. The Israeli army's killing of innocent civilians, it only ensures that future generations of more bitterness, revenge, hatred, and horrors upon horrors for everyone. The Israeli army has cut off electricity, they've cut off water, hospitals are being bombed, medical supplies are gone. Emergency surgeries for children and adults have to be done without anesthesia because there is none, and aid workers cannot get medical supplies through. It's not complicated to say that we oppose the killing of civilians, that we oppose the killing of children. That is not a complicated statement. It's the least we can do. When acts of genocide and genocidal intent are committed, to remain silent is to remain complicit. You are our elected voice. And I want to close with some words from Dr. Hammam Alo, who is a medical doctor who was killed on Saturday by Israeli artillery that went into the home where he was. It killed him, his father, and his brother-in-law. We are being exterminated. We are being massively eradicated. And you pretend to care for humanitarian and human rights? That is not what we are living now. To prove us wrong, please, please do something. So I ask you, I come before you because I too am calling Washington every day. You're my voice. I ask you to please use your voice to speak.
Thank you, Virginia.
Vote yes.
Time's up. Thank you so much. Next up is Kathy Kaufman, then Zoe Little, and then, again, my apologies, A. Turchaninova, and hopefully that was close enough to
Is there a way to raise this?
Kathy, welcome.
Hi. So you guys got my email, and you got my email last time, and I'm going to make a lot of people in here very upset at me, and I'm not going to apologize for that. I don't know how many people here actually have, that are in the audience, actually have immediate family in Israel. I do, and Sammy, I know your wife has family in Israel. What you're asking for, what people are asking for, a ceasefire, you're telling Israel two things. You're telling Israel not to go in and defeat Hamas, but to leave Hamas in place. And you're telling Israel that you don't care about the 240 hostages that they do very much care about, which also include 40 children. underage whose parents were murdered in front of their eyes for the most part. The equivalent in the United States, if we had that number of people killed, it would mean that an irate neighbor of ours came into our homes near the border, killed 50,000 Americans, and took 8,500 people hostage, including 800 children. That's the proportion. What you're asking Israel to do is abandon the number of people, abandon people that scale of a portion of their population. That's what demanding a ceasefire asks. And I ask people, what do you think will happen the day after a ceasefire is declared? Hamas is a terrorist organization. It is not a government. It does not take care of its people. It has been on Arab language TV for the last month talking about how they're perfectly willing. They want to do this over and over and over until all the Israelis, all the Jews are killed. And they're perfectly willing to sacrifice their people who they refer to, this is Palestinians, their fellow Palestinians, as martyrs. Because they're not worried, Hamas is not worried about their people, and they're not worried about this life. And they are perfectly willing to sacrifice their people in this fool's quest. So what do you think would happen the day after a ceasefire? Would they now renounce the barbaric attacks that they've been constantly vowing on African TV to keep up until all of Israel and all the Jews are destroyed? What about the Arab members? 20% of Israel is Arabs. They killed 30 Bedouins in the attacks on October 7th. They don't care. Would they smile the day after a ceasefire and return all the hostages? Would they all of a sudden decide to stop shooting rockets at Israel, which are still going with the fuel they stole from the hospitals? Would they stop digging up the water pipes, which they made a great video about how they dig up their water pipes so they don't have water and they use them to shoot rockets into Israel? Will they stop that? Will they decide to take all of the money for war that they get from Iraq and Qatar and magnanimously decide to use it to build schools and do economic development instead the day after we declare a ceasefire?
Thanks, Kathy.
Okay, I just got a little bit more. Would they dismantle the terrorist training camps they start kids in at a young age? And would they suddenly decide not to oppress their women or throw gay people off rooftops? No, they would not. They would still be in place. I'm done. You guys think peace in our time is going to be the result here? I encourage you to Google that.
Kathy, thank you.
I encourage you to Google that phrase.
Kathy,
I'm using it on purpose.
Appreciate you trying to stay in your time. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for coming out tonight. Next is Zoe Little. Then, again, apologize for the mispronunciation. A. Turchaninova, and then Alpha Cravey. Welcome, Zoe.
Thank you so much. Thanks for all the speakers who have come before, especially those from Triangle JVP who invited us in the community to come out here today.
And so I'm just going to encourage you, I appreciate you having the mask on. If you'll just lean into the mic a little bit more. So
absolutely. Today I'm here speaking in favor of the resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. The conflict between Israel and Palestine did not start on October 7th, but we do need to stop it now. Why should this matter to our Carrboro neighbors? Apart from just wanting to be on the right side of history, we are helping pay for it. The U.S. sends about $3.8 billion to Israel every year, which means that Carrboro taxpayers contribute about $327,000 a year to support the Israeli apartheid state. Instead of using that money to pay higher wages for teachers and city workers, invest in renewable energy, or build affordable housing, we're using to help perpetrate a genocide. As if that's not enough, last week the House of Representatives voted in favor of sending an additional $14.3 billion in aid to Israel. Supporters of this bill included NC Democratic Representative Valerie Fouché. And it's no surprise, because during her race last year, she accepted a $165,000 donation from AIPAC, a powerful Israel lobby that staunchly opposes calls for a ceasefire. AIPAC has Representative Fouché's ear already, so what will it take for her to bend her ear to the people of Carrboro, who are standing with our siblings in Gaza, crying out for a ceasefire? We say that the United States is a democracy, but I'd like to see some evidence from that from our elected officials. when 66% of Americans across all political affiliations support a ceasefire, but only 24 representatives and 1 senator have come out in support. That is not democracy. When millions of Americans across the country have taken to the streets to raise our voices in protest of the US-backed genocide in Palestine and are ignored by politicians and branded as supporters of terrorism by the mainstream media, that is not democracy. How many more innocent people will have to die before our government remembers the democratic ideals that our country supposedly upholds? I urge Carrboro City Council to take a stand against this horrible tragedy and demand a ceasefire now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zoe. Next speaker is A. Turchaninova, then Alpha Cravey, then Tema Oken. Welcome. Thank you. I'm glad.
Good evening. As my comment, I would like to read aloud the email that I sent to you all yesterday. My name is AT. I moved to North Carolina to get my master's degree in physics at UNC Chapel Hill. I've since fallen in love with this place and the town of Carrboro in particular. I live just around the corner from here. I walked here today, and I work for a beloved local vendor at the Carrboro Farmers Market. I'm also Jewish. Carrboro and the Triangle are home to a thriving Jewish community that is deeply rooted in North Carolina. We welcome babies into this community, we observe Jewish holidays, we hold regular spiritual and social gatherings, all in the name of a Judaism that calls for justice for all people in all lands. Right now, our community is calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. I was also born in a state of the former Soviet Union, whose after effects are even now causing immense destruction and loss of life in Ukraine. This council passed a resolution in solidarity with the Ukrainian people within 12 days of the Russian invasion, even going so far as to provide a list of resources that citizens could donate to. Over a month has passed since the beginning of this latest Israeli aggression on Gaza. This aggression is a response to the attacks on October 7th, but it's a continuation of a 16-year siege on Gaza and over 75 years of violent occupation. Since October 7th, more civilian lives have been taken in Gaza than the number of Ukrainian civilian casualties that had been recorded a year and 7 months into that war. The state of Israel does not make me or my Jewish community any safer. The indiscriminate killing of over 11,000 Palestinian people by that state, including thousands of children, does not make any Jewish people anywhere safer. Instead, it actively contributes to a rise in anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, and anti-Arab violence across the world. As a post-Soviet Jewish person who is making a home in Carrboro, I am asking that you take another principled stance and pass a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you, AT. Next speaker is Alpha Cravey, then Tema Oken, then Rose Lintner. Welcome, Alpha.
Thank you. Thank you to the council for this opportunity to speak. I'm a retired professor of geography at UNC Chapel Hill, and I'm a Carrboro resident. Let's start with the obvious. Carrboro is not at war. Carrboro is not dropping bombs, not killing citizens, not killing journalists. 50 have died in the last month. 50 have been killed, not died. Doctors, Carrboro is not killing doctors. Carrboro is not maiming children. Some might say that it's absurd, impractical to take a stand, but for many of the reasons that have already been stated, it's not. And it's precisely the fact that we're not at war that I want to argue that this resolution, a Carrboro resolution calling for a ceasefire, admittedly a very small step in such a safe place, a very, very small step. I want to argue that this is a necessary step, and I personally would appreciate it very much. With this resolution, we can show Carrboro does not support war. We can show that Carrboro does not support bombings, does not support vengeance. We can inspire other elected officials in the region, around the country, to show courage and to take a stand. We can show that Carrboro supports peace. We can show that Carrboro supports peacemaking. And to speak to a point that was raised earlier, a couple of points that were raised earlier that I hadn't planned to mention, the status quo is simply not acceptable. It won't accomplish the goals that are stated. It won't make Israelis or Palestinians safer, and it certainly won't bring back the hostages to go with the status quo. We have to show that Carrboro is on the freedom side. Thank you.
Thank you, Alpha. Next is Tema Oken, then Rose Lintner, then Kira Mudlira. Welcome, Tema.
Thank you. My name is Tema Oken. I moved to Carrboro 2 years ago. I grew up in Chapel Hill, so I've lived here my whole life. And I'm going to veer from my planned statement to say, referencing the speaker a few speakers ago, I also have beloveds in Israel, but my beloveds are Palestinian. I have a Palestinian godson who just got married and is expecting a baby and lives in an Arab village in Israel. His family lives in Ramallah in the West Bank. And I have known him since he was 9, and he's now 26. And I go to Palestine often. And what I want to say is that what we're seeing now in Gaza is I want to put it in context. And what I want to say is that since I've been going in 2002, I've been very challenged as a Jew to watch what is happening in Palestine and in Gaza. I've never been to Gaza, but in Palestine as a result of over 50 years of occupation. So what Hamas did, which was horrific, needs to be put into context, and it's not. And I want to say, and this is going to sound harsh, but I want to say that everything that Hamas has done, Israel is doing and has been doing for decades. And I have watched it with my own eyes, and what I've watched and what I have seen is the growth of an apartheid state. And the shorthand when people ask me about it is I say that being in the West Bank is like watching Jim Crow on steroids. I was alive during the last part of, I was born right after Jim Crow. And so as a Jew, I feel most Jewish in moments like this when I am I'm begging you to understand that to be consistent with Jewish values and to be consistent with what it means to be human, watching what's happening in Gaza is unbearable. And when I talk to my godson, he's waiting. He and his family are just waiting because whatever Israel does in Gaza is going to be what happens to them because they're going to come after the West Bank if they succeed in pushing everybody out of Gaza. And he's lost his job. He sees no future. And I'm powerless when I'm talking to him, except to say that there are people who remember him, who love him here, and are fighting for him. So we all have, many of us have family on both sides of this. And I actually think that I'm so proud to be part of Jews for a Just Peace because I think what we're doing is the most Jewish thing that could be done and is in the best interest of Israel and in the best interest of Judaism. So please, I'm begging you for my godson's sake and for mine to please pass the resolution.
Thank you, Tema. The next speaker is Rose Lintner, then Kira Mudlira, then Alex Gooden.
And a small request from Eleazar is that speakers, if they could speak closer to the microphone.
Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Please speak closer to the microphone. Rose Lintner. Okay. Is Rose here? Okay, great. Come on up. No problem. Welcome.
I go faster if I can, I promise.
You can just speak right into that mic in front of you, and that'd be great. It'll make sure Eleazar can hear everyone.
And I do want to be heard. Hello, my name is Rose, and my pronouns are they, them. I have been a resident of Carrboro, actually just around the corner, for over 2 years, after moving to North Carolina to escape violence where I previously resided. I love it here. I truly do. It may not happen because I'm disabled and I'm poor, but I like to imagine myself growing old and in a rocking chair on a porch here in Carrboro. But Carrboro is not perfect. We claim to be LGBTQ plus friendly, but the American bombs that Israel drops on Palestine cannot magically untarget queer Palestinians. We have Black Lives Matter painted on the side of our Century Center and so many other buildings in town, but we've turned a blind eye to Black Palestinians as they are targeted by American missiles. We have a national day of racial healing, but our tax dollars fund the generational trauma that Palestinian people will have in their DNA for hundreds of generations if they are not victims of a genocide first. In a recent study by Data for Progress, 66% of Americans want a ceasefire. That's 80% of Democrats, 57% of independents, and 56% of Republicans. At a time when our two major political parties can't agree on anything, they agree on a ceasefire. But alas, only 8% of the US House Democrats and 0% of US House Republicans currently support a ceasefire. This sitting council has supported a ceasefire in Ukraine, yet it has not for Palestine. This is not the statistics of a functioning representative democracy. People in this country have spoken, have protested, have petitioned, and yet too many of our representatives in this room and across the country ignore the countless organizations, including but not limited to Jewish Voices for Peace, calling for a ceasefire. And too many of our representatives have ignored their citizens, desperately begging for our nation to no longer be a willing accomplice to human rights violations and violations of the Geneva Conventions. Carrboro has long hailed itself as a paradise for progressives, a bastion of human rights here in North Carolina. Well, then let's prove it. We may be small, but we are the people of this town, this state, and this country, and we have a voice. Until we call for a ceasefire in Palestine, our pride flags are meaningless. Our Black Lives Matter murals are parody, and our days of healing are a mockery to those who can hear nothing but the sound of bombs and screams, once again funded by our taxes, while people in Carrboro, like myself, struggle to afford housing and food. A ceasefire can save lives both here and abroad and is overwhelmingly supported across the country. A ceasefire can start here, and we can inspire others to demand the same, to retain our humanity and our democracy. Carrboro has no other choice but to call for a ceasefire. And I want to say, on a more personal note, I'm queer, very queer, and a drag performer. I do not say this lightly. All my rights have been given to me by people who were called terrorists in their time. Marsha P. Johnson would be considered a terrorist if she were alive today.
Thank you, Rose.
Stonewall would have been considered an act of domestic terrorism.
Thank you, Rose.
We should use that word wisely.
Thanks for coming out tonight. The next speaker is Kira Mudlira, then Alex Gooden, and then Lucy Lewis. And Kira, just a reminder again to speak right into the microphone so that everyone can hear.
Keep it brief. Hello, my name is Kira. I speak today as a resident of Carrboro of 2 years and a near 27 years as a freeborn South African. I call on the Carrboro council members to vote for this ceasefire resolution. It is necessary for us to support this ceasefire, to know another generation of Palestinians who will know freedom from the river to the sea and beyond, just as I have gotten to know freedom in a post-apartheid state of South Africa. I would also say that a ceasefire is not only acutely needed to save lives now, but a necessary step towards divesting military aid for all apartheid states across this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Kira. The next speaker is Alex Gooden, then Lucy Lewis, then Hannah, and I can't read the last name, but it starts with an H. Welcome, Alex.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alex Gooden. I'm a resident of Carrboro in the Barrington Hills neighborhood, and I'm a third-year law student at here at UNC. And I want to thank you all for listening to us today. Babies have been on my mind quite a bit lately. My wife, who's sitting here in the audience, Danielle, is we're expecting our first child in December. And Danielle also has finished up her clinical training as part of her nurse program on a pediatrics floor where the preemies were known as growers and feeders because what they do is they eat and they grow. So the news from Gaza about the babies struck me particularly hard. But it's not just the killing of babies, which may particularly pull on our heartstrings, which is wrong. It's wrong to murder innocent civilians of any age for any reason. Thousands of civilians have been and are being killed in Gaza, and our silence makes us complicit in this horror. We may feel helpless to affect this situation from here in Carrboro, but we are not helpless. We can use our collective voice to speak out, denounce the killing and violence, and demand change. It is our responsibility to speak out, and as a result, I urge you to pass this resolution for de-escalation, a ceasefire, and humanitarian aid to North and South Gaza. Thank you again.
Thank you, Alex. Next speaker is Lucy Lewis, then Hannah H., then Ruth Jeffers. Welcome, Lucy. Good to see you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Lucy Lewis. I live at 119 Oak Street. I'm a member of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom Triangle Branch. Other speakers have eloquently made the case for why this is such an important resolution. I echo that. My heart breaks every morning when I read the news. Like others, I have been calling and writing and vigiling for peace. But individually is not enough, and the collective voice of this group could make a difference. I urge you to take a stand. I wholeheartedly support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Thanks for being here tonight. Next speaker is Hannah H. Again, apologize for failure on my part to read the name. Then after Hannah will be Ruth Jeffers and Rosemary Van Dyke. Welcome, Hannah.
Thank you, council members, and apologies for my handwriting. My name is Hannah Helmy. I'm a Jewish resident of Carrboro, and I'm here today to voice my support for the ceasefire resolution. With over 11,000 Palestinians dead, nearly 5,000 of them children, calling for a ceasefire is not a radical step, but merely an expression of our basic humanity. It is also strongly supported by the American public, as many have said, with polling in favor of a ceasefire at nearly 70%. I also believe a ceasefire is the best step to negotiate the release of hostages who are also trapped in the heavy bombardment of Gaza. Jewish safety and Jewish values are not compatible with apartheid and cannot be achieved through military domination or the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. I am here to represent a growing faction of American Jews who do not support Zionism. We believe in equal rights for all who live between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea, and we say not in our name. The cutting off of food, water, fuel, communications, the collective punishment and forced displacement of civilians, the killing of journalists, the targeting of mosques and churches, UN schools and universities, hospitals and ambulances, bakeries, refugee camps, and humanitarian corridors are crimes against humanity. Israeli officials have openly used genocidal language calling for the eradication of Palestinians. Figures released by the Israeli Defense Forces themselves indicate a 99.4 civilian death rate. In the future, we cannot say that we didn't know. And as American taxpayers, we all have a stake in this war. And it is my hope that Carrboro will live up to its progressive reputation and set an example for other towns and cities across the U.S. At the very least, we can take a moral stand and cry out against this bloodshed committed with our tax dollars and with the full and unconditional support of our federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Next speaker is Ruth Jeffers, then Rosemary Van Dyke. Then I'm going to the next list, which is in my text. After that will be Ken Norman. Welcome, Ruth.
Thank you. My name's Ruth. I've lived in North Carolina my whole life, moved to Carrboro, Chapel Hill for undergrad, and I'm here in support of the resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza because Palestinians need everyone, especially Americans, to speak up for true justice at this moment. We have gotten to this point because of our silence. Israel has violated Palestinians' right to live in their homeland with freedom and dignity every day for the last 75 years with impunity, and our country has supported that violence financially and diplomatically for too long. I spent 5 months in Palestine last year, and I saw the daily threats to their lives that Palestinians in the occupied West Bank live under. My coworker Saba, when she was a child, witnessed a blind girl get shot by Israeli soldiers for walking too close to the apartheid wall on her way to school. As my friend Mohammed drove me from Ramallah to Nablus, a soldier pointed his assault rifle at every car driving past the roundabout. My boyfriend Mujahid had trouble sleeping at night because of the multiple times that armed soldiers had broken into his home in front of him and his mother and his 4 younger siblings to take their father to prison. Just a couple weeks ago, in mass imprisonment of Palestinians in the West Bank, the soldiers again broke into their home and took their father to prison, but there is no charge against him, as is the case for thousands of Palestinians who are held hostage in Israeli prisons, many of them children. These are just a few examples of the daily violence of Israeli apartheid and occupation that have manifested now in a genocidal war against civilians and children that our government is hell-bent on fueling. If Israel can get away with decimating Gaza, what will be next? Israel is already bombing refugee camps in Jenin in the occupied West Bank, and settlers are terrorizing and killing Palestinians at a greater rate than before. A call for a ceasefire is not only protection for Palestinians in Gaza, although this is an absolutely urgent need. It also tells our government that they cannot further support violence that is threatening every single Palestinian on the land that Zionist leaders do not want them to be on. And checking Israel's systemic violence will ensure greater safety for Jewish Israelis and all other people in Palestine, because violent resistance is bound to grow under the heels of violent oppression. Just a few examples that I showed you. No one can live under that. What do we expect will happen when people live in hell? I wholeheartedly support this resolution and urge the Council to consider this a first step toward denouncing all crimes against humanity in Palestine and promoting true peace through justice by calling on our federal government to end its financial, military, and diplomatic support of apartheid and occupation. Palestine must be free, as all people must be free, and Carrboro must be part of its liberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Appreciate you being here tonight. Next is Rosemary Van Dyke, then Ken Norman, then Anna Dobin. Welcome.
Really got to hunch over for this one,
Yeah, it's a fate of being tall, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Good evening. My name's Rosemary. I'm a Carrboro resident, and I have been for the majority of the 12 years I've lived in North Carolina. It's great to get to see y'all's faces. I recognize most of your names from voting and such. It's really felt like home for a long time, and I guess I just have to say that it is disappointing that it's taken so long to call for this ceasefire. It's a little disappointing that we're not including the part about divesting financially from supporting this. As a small business owner, I'm very aware of my finances. And so just seeing my tax money be spent on white phosphorus that's being dropped on children is galling, to say the least. And the silence from our representatives in the House and the Senate has also been very disappointing. So I would like to thank you all, though, for including this on the agenda tonight, pared down though it may be. And as a pretty obviously LGBT individual, I do want to say that I really don't ever want to hear my name used to justify genocide. It's bad enough, like, here in America already. Like, we don't need some foreign boogeyman to kind of scare us into complicity with war crimes. So I would like to, again, encourage y'all to support the measure before you tonight and consider other ways in which you can encourage a ceasefire. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you, Rosemary. The next speaker is Ken Norman, then Anna Dobin, then Jason Teej. Sorry again for mispronouncing if I am. Welcome, Ken.
I guess I don't have to lean over so much.
Count your blessings.
All right. My name's Ken Norman. I'm a former director of Inspired Dreams. It's a nonprofit that works with refugee youth in the occupied territories. I've lived there. I've worked there. I've met a lot of the people who are now fleeing the bombs. I've met a lot of the people who experience daily the violence that is being experienced. Working in healthcare, we dedicate our lives to protecting the health of our patients. In Gaza right now, physicians and nurses are being killed by Israeli bombing, which is targeting in and near hospitals, where thousands of innocent civilians have been forced to shelter because they have nowhere else to go because their houses have been destroyed. Those civilians who have tried to leave the complex as Israel has approached have been shot by Israeli snipers who have a policy of what they call tagging. They shoot one person in an attempt to draw out others, to draw out fighters, and they don't care who that person is. This has been confirmed and documented by nonpartisan organizations like Doctors Without Borders, who has put out several statements about this. Yesterday, Israel bombed the maternity ward of Al-Shifa Hospital, killing my friend Rima Karis's cousin, her cousin's husband, who worked there as a physician, and their 7 children. Their names were Iman Karis, Raid Youssef Mahdi, Samira Mahdi, Youssef Mahdi, Ahmed Mahdi, Amr Mahdi, Abdel Rahman Mahdi, Mohammed Mahdi, Mira Mahdi. Rima attended UNC and lived in our community. Okay? These are not numbers. It's not abstract. These are people who live here. These are people who had full lives. They had their own hopes and dreams, and they were needlessly killed by indiscriminate Israeli bombing. This is a war crime. It's unacceptable, and it's not self-defense. Okay? Calling for a ceasefire does not say anything about Israel not being able to defend itself. It's saying that indiscriminate bombing is not acceptable. Israel has now killed over 11,000 people in Gaza. That's 1 out of every 200 people in Gaza. That's more than half of the population of Carrboro. Can you imagine half of the population in Carrboro being killed in just over a month? I urge you to find the courage to support this resolution and to call for a ceasefire, even if it's watered down. I also urge you to call on Israel to allow humanitarian aid to reach the civilian population in Gaza, demand the protection of civilian aid workers and organizations, and just have the moral clarity to apply the same standards to Israel that you would apply to other actors in this conflict. It does no one any good to have one set of standards when somebody looks one way and one set of standards when somebody looks another. Apply it equally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Next speaker is Anna Dobin, then Kason Tej, then Emi Abite. Welcome, Anna. And I can just remind you to sort of lean into the mic there. Either one should work, but yeah, do what the clerk says. Don't listen to me. Do what the clerk says.
Hello, my name is Anna Dobin. I work and live in Carrboro, and I'm a student at UNC Chapel Hill. I'm here to speak about the current genocide in Palestine. I was raised to believe that we should treat each other how we want to be treated and that all humans have a right to life and dignity, and I find it vile that my tax money is being used to fund the weapons that have killed more than 4,600 children and 11,000 Palestinians. I ask that Carrboro supports a ceasefire revolution, and I urge you guys to consider that we divest from any businesses tied to Israel. I also ask that the public is given transparency about any funding given to Israel, as well as any ties between our police department and Israel. I believe that failing to condemn this not only hurts our humanity, but shows the U.S. government that not only is it okay for them to treat Palestinians like this, but that they can treat anyone like this for their own benefit. I ask that Carrboro refrains from supporting any future resolution that would harm Palestinians, and I hope we all do our individual parts in condemning genocide. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Next is Kason Tej, sorry. After Kason will be Emi, and then Shahud Mustafa. Welcome, Kason. Did I get that right?
Okay.
Welcome.
Hello. My name is Kason Tej, and I'm currently a student at UNC Chapel Hill. Tonight, I also want to talk about the atrocities being committed in Palestine. Before I begin, I really want to ask everyone to just show true compassion for one another. Like you said, we are all neighbors. So the population of Gaza is 2.1 million, with over 50% under 18. I'm sure that you have family members and loved ones this age. I know I do. To think that the country I live in, even the city I live in, is supporting the genocide of any person is appalling. Why not call for a ceasefire? I don't understand. Why not voice your support for the thousands of people who are dying from Israel's thousands of tons of bombs that have been dropped on a city full of children, elderly, humans? I, along with the majority of the people that you represent, unequivocally support a ceasefire. Additionally, I call on Carrboro Town Hall to make their funding and their interactions between Carrboro Police Department and the Israel Defense Force to be completely transparent. This is something you owe the people you represent. Additionally, the UN water supply that has been enabling Palestinians to have access to water is getting low, and Israel still stands against stopping fire to allow for civilians to find shelter and resources. The U.S. itself has voted against sending humanitarian aid. Do you support this? Please refrain from supporting any future resolutions that would further harm Palestinians and call for a ceasefire now. Please divest from all products and services that are tied to Israel and Carrboro. Do what you can to represent the overwhelming concerns of the community you represent. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kason. Next is Emi, then Shahud Mustafa, then Tia Hunt. Welcome, Emi.
Hi everyone, my name is Emmy and I'm a resident of Carrboro living on Bim Street. I'm here today with other residents today to make our stance clear on what's happening in Gaza. Tonight, I'd like to tell you all about the olive trees of Palestine. Olive trees take about 20 years to mature and 20 more years to bear fruit. They're extremely long-lived and can grow for thousands of years. Some of the oldest trees in the world grow in Palestine, such as a tree named al-Badawi that's been dated by multiple experts to be 4,000 to 5,000 years old. They were planted by ancestors to be nurtured by and nourish present-day Palestinians. Since 1967, over 800,000 olive trees have been destroyed by Israel. Olive trees aren't just olive trees. They are living, growing ties that Palestinians have to their ancestors, to their culture, and to their land, their right to exist, as they have for thousands of years, on land that has always been theirs. I use this as only one example of how Israeli forces are openly committing genocide against Palestinian people and Palestinian existence. I approve of the Carrboro Council in supporting a ceasefire in Gaza, but I ask that you also go further and, 1, make transparent and public all financial relationships you have with Israel, particularly in regards to the Carrboro police, and 2, divest from all products and services and businesses tied to Israel in Carrboro. This is not a Jews versus Muslims issue, but rather what happens when one group is able to use overwhelming force to displace and murder thousands. If we accept that things are the way they are, that bad things always happen in our world, then we accept our inability to create change, and we are complicit in this violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy. Next speaker is Shahut Mustafa, then Tia Hunt, and then Peter Reitzes, I hope. Welcome.
Hello and good evening. My name is Shahad Mustafa, and I both live in Carrboro, and I'm a senior at UNC Chapel Hill. I am of Sudanese descent, and the country of my parents, a nation of Africans and Arabs, is also experiencing a genocide right now. So this issue is very personal to me. I'm here to voice my support for Carrboro Town Council passing a resolution to support a ceasefire in Palestine and to call on our state and nationally elected politicians, including the Biden administration, to support one as well. It is our responsibility as both members of this community and elected officials to say, it is your responsibility as both members of this community and elected officials to say and do something about Palestine. People treat Palestine as if it is a faraway nation that has nothing to do with us, but in the end, it has everything to do with us. We have a significant population of Arabs, Palestinians, Muslims, and Jewish people, both in this community and in North Carolina at large, and it is up to all of us to ensure we keep them as protected and safe as possible. Additionally, it is our tax dollars, as many have pointed out before me, that are funding the harm that has unfolded even before the establishment of Israel in 1948. North Carolina sends over $91 million annually to Israel. Could we all just take a second to imagine what we could do with even a fraction of that money? Our school district has one of the highest achievement gaps in the nation, and some of that money could be used to ensure that our students have everything they need to succeed. That money can ensure our county has an adequate bus system to service anyone who needs it, students and community members alike. Houselessness in this community continues to rise, and the housing crisis in this county remains abysmal. Nevertheless, even if this had absolutely nothing to do with us in any capacity, we should care about all people experiencing pain and marginalization. I refuse to stand by and watch what continues to unfold. If you love humanity and care about those outside of yourself, then you will vote yes to this resolution. This would be a first step to ending the intense bombardment and harm being perpetuated by Israel against Palestinians. But I should emphasize that this shouldn't be an end-all be-all solution. The end goal should always be Palestinian liberation, but this would be a first step in ensuring that people do not continue to suffer in our silence. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Thank you, Shahid. Next speaker, Tia Hunt, then Peter Reitzes, and then Melissa Luna. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tia Hunt, and I'm a student at UNC Chapel Hill. I am here because I believe that Carrboro should immediately pass the ceasefire resolution. The colonization of Palestine has been an issue for over 100 years, and the death toll only rises. The longer we wait to call for a ceasefire, or the more passive of a role we take on this issue, the more we are ignoring the cries of Palestinian people, a good chunk of whom are children. By not taking a public or strong stance, we are missing the opportunity to link arms with Palestinians who need and are begging for our support. A genocide is occurring before our eyes, and I find it appalling that this is controversial to even ask for the violence to stop. By being a part of the United States, we must recognize the role of our government has in contributing to this problem, and therefore the role we all have in contributing to this problem. If Carrboro wants to claim that it is progressive, then we must pass this resolution. We must fully divest from Israel by taking part in the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. And there must be full transparency in Carrboro's involvement with Israel. We must fully denounce this genocide and apply pressure to the state and federal level to encourage a ceasefire, and then continue applying pressure until Israel is no longer occupying Palestine. Public opinion is proving that the people want a ceasefire. Just listen to all of the people that spoke before me. Please pass this resolution and then continue to be active in your support of Palestinian people. If you don't, you are actively contributing to this genocide. Israel will not voluntarily stop this violence, so it is up to us to do what we can to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tia. The next speaker is Peter Reitzes. Sorry for the mispronunciation if it was one. Great, thanks, Peter. And then after Peter will be Melissa Luna. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Peter Reitzes. I live in Carrboro.
And Peter, if you'll just lift that microphone a little bit, sort of pointing right at your, to lean into it if you have to.
Thank you. I'm a person who stutters. I share that with you all today because public speaking is hard, even for me, and I'm a speech therapist. And I tell you I stutter because telling you that makes it much easier for me to speak now because you know and I know. So thank you. But that's not why I'm here today. I am Jewish. I live in Carrboro. I love Carrboro. We lived in Brooklyn. We came to visit our sister-in-law here, and that was it. We had to be here. So we've been here for 13 years. I have 2 children, a lovely wife. We live on Pathway Drive, and we are members of Kehillah Synagogue. On October 7th, we woke up. My son woke me up in the middle of the night. Dad, well, for me, that's 10 because I get up early. So he woke me up. There's a war, Dad. There's a war going on in Israel. So I got up and I started looking. 1,200 Israelis were slaughtered. Women were raped. Babies were decapitated. Over 200 Israelis were dragged in to Gaza. Some of the women were bleeding from their genitals where they had been raped. It is our Jewish 9/11. It is traumatic. 2 people I'm very close with, I go to synagogue with, Stan and Marion, they lost 2 family members on October 7th. Well, they weren't lost. We know where they are. They were killed. And they have about 8 hostages in their family now in Gaza. It has hit the Jewish community here very hard. At the top, one of the council members read the resolution and said, we're calling for a ceasefire to end violence. Calling for a ceasefire is a promise for more violence. A ceasefire means more war, not less war. Hamas is dedicated to the destruction of not only Israelis, but to Jews worldwide. I see a lot of people shaking their heads no. When the Nazis say we want to kill them all, we should have believed them. Hamas says we want to kill all the Jews. We should believe them. When you listen to the BBC in the morning, as I do, and you hear the Hamas rulers talk, they say openly, we are going to do this again. And when the BBC interviewer says, why did you kill babies? How do you think that would help you? The Hamas rulers laugh. They laugh on the BBC about killing Jewish babies. Somebody here, and I know they meant it, I know they were sincere, they said, why not call for a ceasefire? I don't understand. My opinion, I want the killing to stop. A ceasefire will not make the killing stop. A ceasefire means Hamas is going to do this again, the hostages are going to stay in Gaza, and it's going to be endless war. I want to say two more things, and then I'm done. When we got dragged into World War II, and we should have been in World War II, and we got to France, and we got to Normandy, and we lost all those soldiers on the shores of Normandy, If somebody would have said, ceasefire now, stop, let's talk to the Nazis, would that have worked? I don't think so. Hamas is as bad as the Nazis. It's not going to work to talk to them.
Thank you, Peter.
I have time for just one more sentence.
Be quick. Your time is up, actually, but
Okay. Thank you very
appreciate
much
that.
for your time.
Thanks for respecting that. The next speaker is Melissa Luna. Melissa, welcome.
Hello. My name is Melissa Luna, and I am a citizen of Carrboro and a junior at UNC Chapel Hill. And I am here today to speak in support of a ceasefire of the conflict currently occurring in Palestine. To reiterate what others have said, since October 7th, more than 11,000 Palestinians and at least 4,600 children have been killed. The current attacks from Israel, on top of killing tens of thousands, have also made Gaza completely unlivable for the still living citizens. And over half of Gaza's population of 2.1 million are under 18, making children some of the most affected as a result of Israel's attacks. And this violence from October 7th does not include the over almost 80 years of violence and crimes against humanity that Israel has been committing. And as a member of this community, I also want to demand an immediate divestment from all businesses tied to Israel currently operating in Carrboro. And I am also demanding that all funding and interactions between the Carrboro Police Department and Israel be completely shared to the public, and the prevention of any future support of resolutions that may cause harm to Palestinians. What is occurring in Palestine right now is inhumane and unacceptable, and if nothing is done, we are all actively contributing to a genocide, and the blood of millions will be on our hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Thanks for being here tonight. These are all the people I have signed up to speak on this item tonight. I haven't been sent any more names by the clerk. Okay. So in that case, council members, I'd like to ask that we just as a reminder, we have a motion from Sammy, a second from Danny to approve the resolution that Sammy introduced. Is there any discussion? Or should we move to a vote? Sammy?
Sure, I could say something. Firstly, I just want to give a lot of gratitude for everyone who turned out tonight. It means a lot. I don't have much else to add because so much was already said. I really hope my colleagues on this council have heard and understand that this is not about anything other than saving people's lives and dignity and being human. And that we do have a responsibility as Americans in our response and what we're doing throughout the world, and not just in Palestine. We have a resolution, we passed it twice, speaking to how much money half of our discretionary funding in this country is wasted towards a war. And so this would be entirely consistent with that. In case there are more who are supportive of this, it's essential, I feel, that we speak to the one way in which our Congress has a say. The Vietnam War was stopped by the defunding of Congress. And for us to be asking Congress to ask the executive without asking Congress to do their part, I think is really missing the mark. And for this reason, I would like to make a motion to amend this to include language that speaks to that. And it likely failed, but I do want it to just be on the record that we tried. So the language would be, it's a motion to amend to include, be it further resolved, the town of Carrboro urges our U.S. congressional delegation, both in the Senate and the House of Representatives, to ensure that appropriations of military aid to Israel are not used to target civilian lives, destroy civilian infrastructure, or further expand the occupation and siege of Palestine. This is already U.S. law. It's just reiterating something that we are supposed to be doing. So I just make a motion to amend the introduced resolution. I understand it may not be supported, but at least we tried.
Thank you, Sammy. So your motion is the motion on the table, so there's no need for you to move to amend your own motion. You can simply offer an amendment to your motion, and I'll ask the seconder of the motion whether he wants to accept that amendment.
I can't. I would like to make a motion to amend because it's like splitting the vote. I know that this is.
Okay, fine. You've moved to amend the motion as you read. Is there a second on the motion? Not hearing one. Let's proceed.
Thank you. So, having said that, I would. Well, I mean, I would like to hear others.
Thank you. Next is Susan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sammy, for introducing this resolution. I want to also thank everybody here who came tonight to share comments, and it was really great hearing from you all. I appreciate your engagement in this really important issue. I'd like to just take a few minutes to read a few comments, share a few comments. During my 4 years on council, there have been multiple occasions when we have unanimously approved resolutions dealing with issues that go way beyond the scope of Carrboro. More recently, a resolution in solidarity with Ukraine after the Russian invasion and in support of the UPS Teamsters during their contract negotiations. The resolutions are a tool of activism for Carrboro, a way for a tiny town to weigh in on the public debate at national and global levels. Tonight, we are being asked to consider a resolution on the Israel-Hamas war, and this feels different to me. For me, this feels less like a time for global resolutions and more like a time that we devote our attention to the safety and the well-being of all of our neighbors. As we've heard tonight, many of us have been impacted by the Israel-Hamas war in deeply personal ways. Perhaps a friend or a family member is one of the 15,400 people who have been killed in the war, 2/3 of whom are women and children. Or the 240 people who have been taken hostage by Hamas, or the tens of thousands of people who have been wounded, or the 1.5 million people who have been displaced. If you are Palestinian or Israeli, Muslim or Jew, you may be living in fear of violence or retaliation as you go about your daily routines in your normal gathering spaces, including those where you practice your faith. Some of you have been feeling taunted or bullied by Islamophobia or anti-Semitism, including young people in our public schools and at our nearby university. Perhaps you have a family member in the military who may be deployed to the Middle East. That's the case in our family. Our son Nat is a first lieutenant in the United States Army, and he's stationed in Germany, and he's trained in the infantry. So like so many of folks who serve in the military, Nat could be called upon to pack his bags at any time. I say all this because our community is filled right now with worry and with angst and with fear and with anger over the horrific and the unspeakable humanitarian crisis that we are all experiencing. And that includes both community members who might support this proposed resolution and those who would not. At a time when the emotions feel so raw, when feelings are so conflicted, and when the history of this region is so complicated, I don't believe we should be considering this resolution. It does not feel possible to speak with one voice right now as a council. There are no unifying words to capture the multiple truths and the multiple feelings right now. I worry that a resolution would further divide us and make some of our community members not feel welcome here. That's been the case in many other cities and towns all over the country that have approved resolutions on the Israel-Hamas war over these past 5 weeks. From the cities of Sacramento to Tampa, from the towns of Easton, Pennsylvania, and Teaneck, New Jersey. And I just don't want that to happen here in Carrboro. So regardless of tonight's vote, I hope everyone will continue to participate in peaceful protests and demonstrations. I hope everyone will continue, as we've heard tonight, please continue to share your strong beliefs with your congressional delegation, other elected officials, including all of us. For those who are able to donate to many groups who are helping with the humanitarian crisis. And I hope everyone will continue to talk with each other, especially those who have different views than those of our own. So I just want to conclude by saying I really do appreciate the conversation we've been having tonight. I know it's a hard conversation for everyone. I appreciate all of the thoughts around the decency and the humanity for those who are innocent victims of the war, and for those who suffer a depth of inhumanity that's certainly something that I've never witnessed in my lifetime. So I appreciate you all being here.
Thank you, Susan. Barbara, and then keep going.
Thank you, Mayor. Fear, concern, and anxiety is what we have heard here tonight, and also through email communications. And I ask the question, are all voices represented in this resolution? For me, it's about what the resolution is not saying. A resolution of this kind should be 7-0. We're not here tonight. We're not at 7-0. I want to thank all who have weighed in on this matter. Your voices are truly, truly important. I also recognize the impact of the loss of life, the lack of humanitarian aid. And my prayers go out to all who are suffering in the midst of the conflict. For me, it was always important that no voices be muted in this resolution. None. The issue is complex and divisive, which is why I don't want to weigh in on it. There is too much to be taken into account, and one resolution could never hold it all. No voices should be muted in this resolution. We're all neighbors, remember? We're all neighbors. I want to read something. We have received emails. And it says, I am troubled to see that the resolution presented at the council makes no mention of Hamas or of the hostages and does not demand the release of hostages. This doesn't feel right. There are other people weighing in. Everybody should be represented in this resolution. For me, it's what the resolution is not saying. And I will not be supporting the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Randy.
What I was going to say is useless, because this is a crisis of global and epic proportions that is troubling on so many levels. It is cultural, it is ethnic, it is religious, it is historic portion. And I want to thank everyone who's come to speak because it is, as an educator, what I'm taking away is very different from what I thought I would be saying tonight, which is you've shown me what's missing. Each one of you, in your passion and your pain and your cry for humanity. And we live in a country that within the last 5 years, 6 years, we had children on the southern border of our country, our own country, who were in detention camps, children who were taken away from their families that have yet to be connected with them. This is our country. This is not 8,000 miles away. And we face a time right now in our country when we may have an authoritarian government that will continue those behaviors yet again. So the conversation here tonight taught me something I didn't think, it was never in my thinking, which is the conversation we should be having is dialogue about how do we make a better world, not whether we stand by a resolution that includes some points of view and not all, but how are we going to work together right here in North Carolina, in the Southeast, in the United States, so that the kind of government that is colonialistic and that is class elite and is anything but humanitarian, that it does not happen here. Because it's happening. And here we are in a room talking about our polarized views. And I would say to you, sitting on this council, my job and my role is to bring community together, not to uphold one group over another. And when a body such as ours takes a vote, as we did October 24th, and it was not a unanimous vote, which shows you that we're trying to convey that there's a diverse community. When that happens, and the vote is representative of our attempt to speak for community, how is it that we turn around and determine that that vote is invalid? Does that now sound like something that we experience in this country, that we're still experiencing about a vote? We took the vote on this resolution, and tweaking the resolution to say, well, this is a different resolution, is basically saying we want to nullify a vote we took. This is a democracy. Very often we take votes and we're not particularly happy with how they come out. But that's how we voted. We don't go to re-vote again on something that we had determined. That, to me, is pulling apart the community instead of moving forward. So one of the things that I learned tonight is that going forward, more than anything else, there needs to be more conversation and dialogue. I want to understand why the words Hamas or the words hostages were not in this resolution. I want to understand why folks are saying river to sea, but what happens to the people who live in Israel who may or may not be Jewish? Because this shouldn't come down to religious beliefs, and it shouldn't come down to culture and ethnicity and even history. It needs to come down to people caring for people, and we're not there yet. We're not there in our community by wanting to push a resolution that doesn't look and feel inclusive to everyone in the community. So I appreciate the effort, but I also see the limitations. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy. Eleazar, I see your hand. Saw it this time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as I was preparing for this meeting, I have spent quite a bit of time over the last week or so having conversations around this topic. One of the reasons I wanted to see the language changed was because I didn't feel like I understood the situation well enough to make a decision one way or the other. Tonight, for me, this resolution is not perfect. It does not include several portions of what my colleagues have already mentioned. But I am weighing conversations I had with religious leaders, with friends, with folks that have been my mentors over many years. I've heard calls, seen emails, and for the first time since I've been on this council, I've had many people in the community actually use my phone number, which I publicly put on the town website, to call me and advocate for both for and against this resolution. And for me, it's not about, this resolution is not perfect. I think I will be supporting the resolution tonight because while it is not perfect, I do believe that life is sacred. I do believe that while the ceasefire, it's a complicated issue. I would like to see, and I would support further measures, further resolutions that include language calling for the release of hostages, calling for more measures. But tonight we have this in front of us, and I cannot weigh. It's been a difficult choice for me, not because of the fact that I believe that life is valuable and we want to not see folks killed, but I don't think this resolution goes far enough in many cases. Nonetheless, it's what's before us. And I know, I have close friends and folks that will not be happy with my vote on this. And I will respect and hear and willing to have conversations about this and learn more and work with anyone to bring forth another resolution if that's what council wants, including other terms. But for now, this is what we have, and this is that's how it will tonight. I just wanted to make sure that my opinion on this was as clear as I can make it.
Thank you, Eleazar. Thank you. Next, last is Danny.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much to everybody who has spoken tonight. It is an honor to hear from you. It's an honor to support this resolution. I want to thank my friend Kathy Kaufman, my neighbor Peter Reitzis, for being here and speaking. I appreciate very much where everybody is on this, or where the people are here and talking. I want to just really quickly encourage everybody here on a couple things, just as your neighbor and person who does this. I got into this work to try and help use this office to build a mass movement from here. And these issues, when they come to us, require all of these brave people to make a choice about, is this where we do it? Is this where we spend our capital? Does this risk our ability to help people close to us? It does for me. I don't want to speak for anybody else. I'm embarrassed by my reticence in getting to this point, to be honest. That's why I'm talking like this, is because it took me a long time to get here. And that embarrasses me. But it is a reflection of my commitment to try and use this office to help where we can. And I believe that everybody here takes real risks to help where we can as often as possible. The thing that has allowed me to make this vote is that I am a member of a Democratic organization that is organizing collectively for power, that has a lot of different opinions, and that has pushed me in some ways. And I would encourage you, if you're here tonight and you're not already a member of one of those, although I know many of you are very far ahead of me in your civic lives, obviously, as reflected by your eloquence and organization and being here. But if you are not a member of an organization like that, please join one, because the gap between the popular sentiment and the reality in Washington does reflect, that this system isn't built for the popular sentiment. We all know that in this room. I know my colleagues know that. I know you know that speaking here. But I swear on my life, I think parking minimums are related to this work. I hope that if you are here tonight, you stay organized, and that you include us in that organization, because when we have these moments where we hear from more and more people and we have these moments of friction, several of you heard me several weeks ago say, I think this is outside of our purview because I want to focus on issues closer to home and use those to build power the best way we can. It's a growing process that you would honor us and enable us, and just as you continue to organize, to include us in your organization so that we see more of you. This is a crowded night. I don't hope that every meeting is this long, but I do hope this room is this full much more often. I'm really excited to support this. I'm really grateful for my colleagues for pushing. I'm really grateful for people's comments tonight. And I very much beg your pardon for speaking so long.
Thank you, Danny. Before I call for the vote, I'll just say very briefly that this resolution is a pretty obvious, in my mind, obvious and clear extension of the statement I made on October 17th when I opened this meeting that night. Since this time, the devastation in Gaza has only gotten worse and will only continue to be worse until there is a ceasefire. And so it is, in my opinion, necessary to have a ceasefire in order to save lives, but also in order to address what we know is a growing tide of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism in our own communities here at home, which is only inflamed by continuing violence. In any case, long story short, I'm very much in support of this resolution and will be voting aye. Council members, any further discussion before we call a vote? All right, there's a motion by Sammy, a second by Danny to approve the resolution as read by Sammy earlier this evening. All in favor say aye.
We do have a hand.
Sorry, Eleazar, did you have additional comments? Or can we go ahead and vote?
Yes, I was just gonna, if I may, just wanted to ask all of the folks who have interacted with me in this process to continue to interact, as Councilmember Now reminded me that was in my actually prepared comments that I ended up not reading tonight. We as a council have a lot of issues that are coming before us. Many of them were mentioned tonight. We need to deal with affordable housing. We need to deal with issues that are pertaining to each and every one of us and everyone in this building. So I urge everyone, the 40 plus people who called me, members of residents of Carrboro, to continue to use those lines of education, and continue to get engaged outside of this resolution. And I know that these comments don't pertain directly to this motion, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask us to continue their vigilance about all issues that impact folks both in and outside of Carrboro. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Eleazar. Well said. It's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
The resolution is passed 4 votes to 3. Thank you. I'm going to echo my council members' comments about thanking you all for being here tonight. It's not always an easy thing for everyone to get up in front of a room like this and speak in public. I know that from firsthand experience. You heard that from Mr. Reitzes earlier and others who clearly were having their first experience in a meeting like this. I urge you to stay involved, including on issues that are more local in nature, like you've heard from a couple of colleagues tonight, and come back and see us. Council members, before I call a very brief recess, I want to tell you how I intend to proceed with the rest of the agenda, because we have been delayed in our start here on what was our regular agenda. We'll have the consent agenda when we come back. We'll have the consent agenda when we come back. I assume there was probably going to be one item pulled from the consent agenda that I know about, but I'm going to suggest that we move that pulled item to later in the evening so that we can start with the affordable housing review meeting with the Newbury subdivision proposal, because I know that Mr. Zinn has been sitting here patiently waiting for us. So we'll do that item immediately after the consent agenda when we return. We are on a brief recess. All right, welcome back, everybody. And Eleazar's with us. Thanks to those of you who are sticking it out with us. I know that we have more to get to tonight, and that was an unexpected delay to our normal start, but I'm glad we're here. Madam Clerk, the next item on the agenda is the announcement of upcoming meetings.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. A few upcoming meetings that we have. November 15th, we have two. One is the Affordable Housing Advisory Commission at 7 p.m. at Town Hall, and the Board of Adjustments that will also be at 7 p.m. at Town Hall, but that one will be in room 110. On November 16th, we have the Transportation Advisory Board and Safe Routes to School Implementation Committee meeting at 6 p.m., and that will be held virtually. And the Climate Action Team meeting will also be at 7 p.m., and that will be held virtually. November 22nd, just want to mention that the Racial Equity Commission meeting has been canceled. And that's all for meetings.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll notice that, Randy, is it tomorrow or Thursday morning? Thursday morning, there's a meeting of the Chapel Hill Transit Partners Committee. I let the manager know that I won't be able to be at that meeting, but Randy hopefully will be able to make it, and at least one member of the staff. Any other announcements of town meetings? Susan?
Can I announce an event, or are we still on meetings? Jump
Yeah, if it's a town
to
event.
meetings. I just wanted to remind folks, Carrboro Film Festival is November 17th through 19th at the Arts Center. And I believe there are 55 films, all exclusively Southern films, so come on out.
Thank you, Susan. All right. Randy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to thank Makeda Mayat for the community building event that took place on Saturday. It was awesome. I believe there were 15 vendors and Black businesses represented, and I just want to give her a great shout out. She worked with Recs and Parks Department and brought people from all across Carrboro and our area to represent. And I also want to say that if you didn't get a chance to come out the next time it's held, please be sure to do so. And the DJ, Barbara, do you remember the DJ's name? It was fantastic.
I don't know, DJ Mystical.
Yeah, it was awesome, and just a delightful event, bringing people together. The weather was chilly, but the feeling was warm.
Thank you. Thank you all for being there and reporting back. One more just quick event coming up this weekend, Saturday, November 18th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at South Green, which is the commercial area at the bottom of South Greensboro Street. The Carrboro Bicycle Coalition, the town of Carrboro, and a number of other partners are doing an event they're calling Life on Wheels. And it's just teaching you how to do things like load your bike on a bus rack, trying out different kinds of bikes. They're going to have a so-called bike petting zoo, all kinds of bike checks if you need some maintenance. So show up on 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock on Saturday at South Green for Life on Wheels. Okay. I don't have any members of the public signed up to speak on a matter that is not on the agenda. So we're going to move ahead to the consent agenda. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members. The first item is the consideration to amend the town meeting calendar to add a town council meeting on November 29th, 2023. This agenda item is for town council to amend the 2023 town meetings calendar to include an additional town council meeting in November. The second item is the approval of meeting minutes from the town council meeting held on March 7th, 2023. Item 3 is the 203 project furniture procurement authorization. This agenda item is for the town council to authorize the purchase of furniture for the 203 project. Item 4 is an amendment to capital improvement project ordinance for the Jones Creek Greenway project. This agenda item is for the town council to adopt a new capital project ordinance to reflect additional local discretionary funds. And item 5 is a request to authorize the manager to extend contract with Stantec for design services related to the bike loop detector project. This agenda item is to authorize the town manager to extend the current contract with Stantec, the consulting firm, preparing the updated plans and specifications for the bike loop detector project.
Thank you for that. And item number 6 is the one I assume that we're going to pull. Is that right?
I move all 1 through 5, including amendments via minutes to the amendments via email to the meeting minutes.
We had amendments from a number of council members, including Sammy, Susan, and Randy, perhaps others. And those have been incorporated, I believe.
All of them have been incorporated.
Okay, it's been moved by Sammy to approve items 1 through 5 in the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Susan. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Sorry, Eleazar. I'm going to get used to this. Well, maybe not. I only have a couple minutes left. I'm not going to get used to it. I'm not owning up to that. Thank you, Eleazar, for putting your voice in. The matter passes unanimously. Item number 6 on the consent agenda, as I said, council members, we're going to push off to later in the agenda because I would like us to move immediately to the first item under other matters. Madam Manager.
This first item is an affordable housing review meeting for Newberry Architecturally Integrated Subdivision at 904 Homestead Road. This agenda item is for Town Council to discuss the affordable housing component of the Newberry subdivision project at 904 Homestead. Our Development Review Administrator, Marty, is here to provide an overview and answer any questions from Council.
Thank you. Welcome, Marty. And Marty, if you'll just be sure to speak right into the mic so that Eleazar can hear everyone.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. I don't have a presentation. I just have a few comments to make to kind of set the stage for a discussion between you and the Zens. We have received application materials for what they have now named Newberry along Homestead Road. The application materials do retain the commitment to do a payment in lieu for one affordable home that was discussed with you at the rezoning stage. But does not fully comply with our goal of 15% affordable housing provided within the development. When that occurs, the ordinance requires that the applicant developer appear before you and have a discussion about the matter before we can begin the formal review. So we have received the materials, but we have not yet begun the formal review. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And otherwise, Adam and Omar Zen are present and I assume ready to come up and talk with you.
Thank you, Marty. I don't know if Omar or Adam, you had a presentation or comments to share, or just are here because you need to be. Well, let me just clarify. I appreciate, Marty, the background. Basically, so for folks who are listening, my understanding of the situation is anytime a new development like this one is approved, but that doesn't meet our sort of goal, although not requirement,
yes,
to provide 15% of units as affordable units, we need to have a discussion about that. In this particular case, the developers, as part of their rezoning approval, did commit to, and I think this was something that Barbara had raised in that meeting, to providing a unit of affordable housing, and that hasn't changed.
That's correct, yes. And so, yes, it's an opportunity. It was placed in the ordinance a number of years ago for you to discuss with the developer, what they are and are not willing or able to do, and discuss potential alternatives, what other ways that they might contribute to our affordable housing goals. But otherwise, yeah, it's really just an opportunity to talk between you and them.
And was there also, remind me, Marty, a payment in lieu involved in this particular application?
Yes, that is the rezoning stage, was the commitment to do one payment in lieu, yes.
For the affordable unit, Gotcha. Okay. Are there any questions that council members have for either for Marty or for Omar? Susan.
I'll have a question for Omar.
Okay, come on up, Omar.
Come on down.
I'll call on you after, Susan Randy.
Sure.
Go ahead, Susan.
Good evening. So, Omar, I know that in this 904 Homestead Road project, you opted for the 25% size limited.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you did the same in Kenfield.
That's correct.
So, I'm thinking it would be helpful for all of us, especially some of the new council members, To get a little bit of your perspective as a developer, what could council do in order to incentivize you to build more of the affordable housing as opposed to the size limited housing?
Sure. Well, just backing up a little bit from that, one of the primary reasons that we really prefer to go size limited versus 15% land trust housing is, and I've mentioned this to all you here before, but just for the people out in the audience and new council members to hear. In 2008, we had committed in Claremont, the subdivision on the north side of Homestead Road, to build 16 affordable land trust units. At that time, it was a robust housing market. Things changed dramatically. In 2008, it was hard to give away a house. We weren't making money on any houses. We were breaking even. We were losing money on every affordable home we built. And so we took a big hit just creating land trust homes and then kind of adding insult to injury. At that point in time, the land trust couldn't close on them. So we were holding onto the houses, paying monthly interest rates. And so, what turned out to be a certain loss increased with every month that the land trust did not close on those houses. So fast forward to Claremont South across the road in 2012, and we went with the alternate option of providing 25% size limited housing. Houses 1,350 to 1,100 square feet in a 60%, 40% split. We did the same thing in Kentfield, just to the west, and we're proposing to do the same thing right now in the latest 904, which we're calling Newberry. It's kind of new mixed with Mayberry. That's a joke, but that's a cute little name my brother came up with. But Susan, you and I have spoken, and some of the things, and I've spoken to the Affordable Housing Task Force, and as someone who's grown up here, lived here pretty much my whole life, and seen the amount of change, and seen the density, and seen the increase, traffic, housing, schools, etc. Really, I think one of the best ways to incentivize people like myself who, try to create neighborhoods and build communities is looking at 3 different alternatives. And one of those incentivizations would be a reduction in open space. Okay, when you have a density bonus and when you add houses, you get if we do an affordable house, you get a density bonus. But oftentimes with 40% open space requirements, roads, sidewalks, and of course the never-ending drainage areas, the bioponds that need to be provided, it just doesn't leave a whole lot of space. Right now, we're proposing lots that are roughly 4,000 square feet. I mean, it's like a tenth of an acre. And so when you density bonus, really the primary pathway with the density bonusing and significant affordable housing is vertical, multifamily, in a variety of different formats. But when you add a house to an already stretched, tiny little postage stamp of a lot, and you have parking requirements, you have setbacks. We've talked about eliminating the parking requirement or reducing the parking requirement, but people are still driving cars, so that's where a multi-family format comes into play. So, when you reduce the open space, and Carrboro has a very robust open space requirement, then you create additional land possibilities to put additional housing. When you go vertical, and you guys know how much parking costs in a vertical format over here, just based on the new library that you're building. And that's not a prefab parking lot. That's kind of built on site, which costs more than a prefab lot. But you see all these projects going on 15501 in the Blue Hill District. I mean, and that's not really the kind of project I want to build, right? But that's a dense project. That's a large parking garage surrounded by multifamily units. So, when you concentrate parking, you're also increasing your stormwater unless you create a vertical parking format. So, increase in open space, density bonusing with an increase in open space. And I would say that the third option would really be to, look at kind of micro housing. We didn't talk about this the other day, but, teeny little houses, And I would say teeny little houses with fewer parking requirements are going to be a lot more of a interior infill, opportunity. It's hard to see something that dense out on Homestead Road where we are right now. So those are some of the things we've talked about, and don't think I'm leaving anything out, but that's really what comes to mind. And I've spoken to the Affordable Housing Task Force quite a bit about it. But really, I think ultimately for you guys, and this is the point I want to hit home, is upzoning to create the projects that you want to see. So going ahead and putting the zoning in place. Because every time I come before you with a project and I ask to rezone, I mean, that's at least another year for me. And like they say, time is money. So the fourth incentivization could be, we talked about this, in the past, expedited review or upzoning parcels that you want to see significant density on.
One follow-up question, Omar. Thank you for all of that. So if you build, in terms of building up vertically, is parking the biggest impediment for you doing that? Or otherwise, why not do more of your projects that are 2 or 3 story?
Well, I think 2 or 3 story is fine. In the rural environment, it's when you get above, that height that, eyebrows start to raise, and, there gets to be significant pushback. So, I mean, you still need parking, right? And as much as we all want to believe that everyone's going to take the bus, the reality is most people don't. And so I think in a infill or in the tight city limits, it's very possible to do in terms of going more vertical. Otherwise, you're still needing to have parking. If you put a car, let's say we have the same neighborhood, but there's no parking requirements. Well, unless you limit people to cars, now the street's just filled with cars. And now you need a wider street, or you're creating egress issues for emergency vehicles, or this car can't park there because, maybe there is a driveway curb cut, even if you don't have a garage. So it's an interplay between what's required in terms of real transportation needs and what's required in terms of egress and emergency safety vehicles, and the width of a street for a fire truck to come down. But if you have multifamily, you still have a bunch of car spaces that you need, right? But that's a better solution when you can stack vertically.
Right.
When you can put 3 units on top of each other versus just doing 2. So that was kind of a roundabout way of explaining it, but I hope I made myself clear.
You did. I just wanted to add the final comment that, by having a little bit more density, say where I live in the northern neighborhoods, maybe you do get closer to that threshold for Chapel Hill Transit, which then reduces the dependency on cars and helps to build more affordable housing without that parking in there. So, but that's it for me. Thank you.
Randy?
Yeah, How you doing, Omar? I haven't seen you in a
Brandy.
long time.
Yep. Good to see you.
So I wanted to look at the percentage. I was wondering what would happen. I mean, is there a way to reduce that percentage to 10% or 8% or 5% to accommodate more affordable housing rather than the 15% affordable? Is there any way to look at that?
You mean if you reduce the requirement from 15% to a lower percentage?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think any reduction, I think every project's unique. And for example, this project on 904 is a triangular piece. It's a lot more challenging to develop versus something that's square or rectangular, just in terms of like a road network. But, I think that a lower percentage is easier to attain, but at the end of the day, I think it's kind of creating the zoning that you want to see.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of looking at the larger parcels, I don't know, 3-5 acres or larger, and say, hey, what do we want to see here? And how can we go ahead and make that happen by putting the zoning in place?
So, and I have two what-if questions, if you'll just indulge me.
Yep.
Remind me, the 904 parcel, the big parcel, how many acres is that?
About 9.7 acres with 50% open space approximately.
50% open? Okay. So one of the things that I keep wondering is if there's a way, because we're not meeting what we're interested in affordable housing. And this arrangement has a payment in lieu, but it also has enough space that one of the things that I was wondering if there's any way to work into it is to have some tiny homes. Because one of the projects that several of us worked on was the Cobb Street, Lloyd Broad Cobb Street. I think there's 4 units. They're incredible. Habitat for Humanity, incredible. They're beautiful.
Yeah, I know them. I know exactly where it's at.
It's unbelievable. And I keep thinking, why couldn't some space in the 904 plat be dedicated for that? I don't know what, I'm not quite sure of the how-to, but, that would help us to address the thing we want most, which is more affordable units. So would there ever be in any wild idea that, some of that, and I don't know how much Cobb Street takes up in terms of space, you would probably be able to knock that out right away, whether it's a quarter acre, whatever. But could something like that be imagined for this, to be added to this? Replacing a unit or, instead of payment in lieu, is there some out-of-the-box way that we could maybe make something like that happen?
Well, what we've already committed to is allowing for the additional density of, I think it's 6 ADUs. So we're going to have 6 ADUs in this neighborhood, which is kind of what you're talking about. But at this point, and I don't mean to sound, just inflexible, but it's taken a long time to get where we're at right now. And, looking at kind of redesigning and reshaping this project is, taking many steps backwards. So really something like that for me really is something that I would want to look at very early on in the project versus at this point where we're, a year plus in.
Well, is any of that 50% of open space conducive for that kind of?
I mean, not the way that this triangular piece of land lays out. When we bought the parcel from Mark Zimmerman, we knew that, there was that stream buffer kind of on the northwestern side, and that was going to, be the limitation of development. So due to the triangular shape and due to that stream buffer on the northwest corner and the fact that we're tying in at Homestead, we're tying in to Claremont, there's just, there's not a whole lot of flexibility at this point. Early on, I'd met with several council members, and we were encouraged to really get out there and get really dense. And I can't remember the number of units we came up with. I want to say like 70 or something close to that.
Right.
And you remember, the neighbor turnout for that. I mean, it was a little bit of a mirror of tonight, but yeah, I'd say even more so. And again, another important thing when it comes to a project and a piece of land that we have a loan on and that that we're paying interest every single month is that we want the project to get approved, and we want it to get approved expeditiously. So that becomes a problem when you look at putting and it was a mass. There was a lot of impervious. It was parking just like every single drive cut. And if I had done it all over again, maybe I would have done a more vertical multifamily layout, but I think that kind of density has its time and place. And, I don't want neighbors that, that are going to ruffle the feathers and prevent an approval or a rezoning for me.
So let's be clear. How would the ADUs be different from tiny homes, or clarify that visual for me?
Yeah, well, it could be an office, it could be a rental unit that the homeowner decides to attach.
But they couldn't be transformed into independent units.
No, they're going to be their sewer and their electric are all going to be tied to that same house.
Oh, got it.
So it is an opportunity to have a home office, to have less travel from the home, have people come to you, have an office or have a relative or have a rental unit to help pay for your mortgage.
Well, any thoughts that you have regarding how, through the development process, land could be dedicated for tiny home spaces or small? This is smaller than the size limit, is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Because we don't have anything that kind of fits into that category. That and like I said, I think the model at on Cobb is just brilliant. In addition to the fact that the folks in the Lloyd Broad neighborhood, were very much involved, which I think that's really important as well. So
it looks great too. It looks great.
Yeah.
And
the shared decking is brilliant. Anyway, I share that because I think looking forward, that's one of the things that we're missing is that concept. So
I'd love to build tiny homes in a very dense community, and I would love for the town of Carrboro to expeditiously rezone something, if someone brings it, in front of you. I think that could be an incentive. You guys can help incentivize us to make that happen.
Marzin's been reading our comprehensive plan.
I have read the comprehensive plan, but I'd much rather build smaller homes than large homes. Sometimes in the county you have to build large homes because there's the 5-acre minimums, but we have a limited urban services designation. And
thank you for that.
Yep.
Thank you, Omar. Thanks, Randy. I have next Danny and then Sammy. And
couple things. Keep it quick. First, so I really appreciate Susan's comments, and I appreciate your perspective on this throughout. we're sort of in a negotiation between interests, right? Of trying to have, really trying to hit that 15%, and trying to, work with builders who, bring your level of detail and transparency to that process, and it makes it a lot easier. So I appreciate that very much. Is there, I think in my mind, where this, frankly, this step is a bit of a waste of time. We've approved this process or this project, and this step reflects our ordinance's failure to secure the affordable housing that we want as a town. This is not Omar's problem or any developer's problem. This reflects Carrboro's and state limitations on our ability to secure the level of affordable housing that we want. So with that in mind, trying to value, I think, what is clear is that the sunk cost of so much administrative review in our ordinance in trying to get to this place of having affordable housing is just, it's wasted money for you, it's wasted time for us, which is wasted money for us. And we're not getting closer to the 15%. Is there a point at which, dollars and cents wise, expediting reviews, are there points in your process where that administrative burden of providing meaningfully affordable units is on the table for you as a developer? Is there, I don't know, is that 3 months of review time? Is there, do you take what I'm asking?
Yeah. I don't know if you can put it. It's hard. I mean, it's hard. I wouldn't say it would be 3 months of review time. Again, it's taken me a year just to get back in front of y'all to kind of start again. But I mean, I don't know if I have a clear answer on that. I mean, if whether it's a lower percentage or another creative option, and I know they did this in Winmore. Eric and Scott did this, is to look at tax credits and partnering. And again, this is not my bailiwick. I don't know much about it. I'd love to learn more about it, but building actual land trust housing, affordable housing, and getting someone involved on the finance side who's familiar with the tax credits, who's familiar with the financing, that can kind of put that whole bundle together. I think that if you can cross that bridge and have someone with some experience who's done it and who knows a lot about it, I think that you could probably get a lot more affordable housing in this town.
Well, that's very interesting. I appreciate that.
Sammy, you're next. And Eleazar, did you also have your hand up earlier? Just want to make sure. Okay.
Omar, thanks for lending yourself to this process and us picking your brain about how to achieve affordable housing. I don't know if you're familiar with the state legislature's recent changes to, I guess, sprinkler safety, and that which has translated into being able to do duplexes and triplexes that are stacked.
I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah. Anyway, so I'm interested in maybe for us to work with developers. And firstly, I think there's a change in our ordinance that needs to happen. But secondly, there's an opportunity there to really, beyond tiny houses, which are very inefficient because we're just spread out horizontally, as a way to do this stacked and create that density to then warrant transit and all this other infrastructure that's costly for the town to provide, but less costly if it serves a lot of people. So I don't know, that's not really directed at you. It's for the council and for staff to be thinking about how this opportunity now exists for us to leverage.
Thank you, Sammy. Eleazar.
Sorry, the question I had, Councilmember now asked, so I think, let me not repeat it.
Okay. Great. I love that policy. Thank you. So great questions, great recommendations from Omar for us to be thinking about as implementation of the comp plan barrels ahead, I hope. Omar, I think you and the council have now met our obligation under the ordinance to have this discussion. There's no formal action required by the council, I don't believe. I'm looking at Marty and he's agreeing with me. Okay. Always a good sign. So I think we're done on this item.
Okay.
Thanks Omar.
For your time. Good to see y'all.
Thank you.
And thanks, Adam, as well. I know you're back there too. Appreciate y'all hanging with us. Council members, I'm sorry, Barbara, go ahead.
Yep. It's not for Omar, though, it's for staff. So I was really wanting to explore, how we do our payment in lieu. And so I just wanted to ask that of Marie, to see how we could start that discussion and start doing something a little bit differently. Is that pretty clear? I don't know.
You're looking for
Okay.
We'll probably get some more information.
more information about that issue, payment in lieu issue. Yeah. Thank you, Barbara. Okay, council members, I'm wondering, since the other people who have been with us all night are on the Community Safety Task Force item, if we, and Madam Manager, is okay if we go ahead and move to that item next rather than, I know Langston's here too, wanting to present on the budget.
This is going to be really brief.
Really brief?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
All
totally
right,
up
if it's
to
going to be really brief, then let's we'll do that. It is important. The town budget's very important.
No pressure though.
Maybe we could limit discussion after we'll receive the report, and perhaps if council members have questions for Langston or the manager, we can follow up by email rather than spending time with discussion on that tonight. So especially since the council is going to be getting these quarterly updates on the budget. Langston, welcome.
Thank you.
And since this is your first time presenting before the council, will you be sure to introduce yourself to the community and let folks know who you are?
Hi, my name is Langston Ramsler. I'm currently the interim finance director here at the town of Carrboro.
Okay, thank you.
For having me tonight.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Okay, for the first quarter budget status report. So, to say overall, we've been good this year so far compared to last year. Pretty much the same overall. One of the biggest things is our revenue for this year. We got about $3 million in so far as of 9/30/23 compared to about $2.6 million in revenue last year.
Let me pause right there. Eleazar's having trouble hearing. If you make sure that mic is right there, you might have to lean into it. Yeah, that's
Sorry, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, now I can. You were coming in and out. I'm sorry about that.
Yes, sir. Okay, I was saying our revenues this year are about $3 million as of 9/30 compared to $2.6 million last year. To the next one. Okay, so for our enterprise funds, we also have been doing pretty good this year. Our current year revenues are about $200,000 compared to last year. We had a revenues of, let me up my page. Sorry. Where is this? Of 190,000 approximately. ARPA revenue. So I broke this out on the revenue and expense. So in fiscal year 22, we received about our first payment of $3.3 million in ARPA revenue. Then we received another payment of $3.3 million in 23. So in 23, last year we expensed under small business grants a little over $300,000, and then another $35,000 under the grants manager. So far this year for 24 under grants manager, we've expensed about $23,000, and then for the disparity study, we've expensed about $300,000. So right now, expenses up to date, we have about $600,000. A little over $6 million on the books. That's going to be expensed over that those 40 projects that we have for ARPA funding. Special revenue funds are been pretty much straightforward. So as you can see, the actual revenues have been about $314,000, and expenditures have been about $429,000. Capital projects. The biggest thing on the revenue side is we've received a reimbursement from Orange County for our portion for about $1.8 million. Our expenditures to date on the capital funds are about $3.2 million. That mostly makes up for the 203 project, and then the $30 million makes up the encumbrance for the 203 project for the construction. And that's it.
Looks like we need to get that ARPA money spent is what I take away from this.
No worries, that will
about
happen.
still have over $6 million to spend there. So it sounds like that's going to be a big lift for the staff over the next few months and for the council. So Langston, thanks very much. Any burning questions that can't wait for email to Marie and Langston?
Thank you,
Okay,
Thank
Langston,
you,
really appreciate
Langston.
you seeing here tonight.
Thank you.
See you again soon. In a quarter. Right, Madam Manager, next item, please.
Yes, the next item is a presentation on the Community Safety Task Force recommendations. This agenda item is for the Community Safety Task Force to present actionable recommendations to the Town Council that will promote racial equity within law enforcement and the criminal legal system and enhance the safety and well-being of all Carrboro residents. The task force members will present an overview of their recommendations.
Thank you. And we have all of the members of our Community Safety Task Force present tonight. So we'll welcome them up to the podium. I think first thing I'll say, y'all, is, as you know, we want to make sure you all are speaking directly into the microphone so that Eleazar can hear over Zoom or whatever it is we're using. Ben Blaisdell, take it away. And if y'all will be sure, hey y'all, will you make sure to introduce yourselves as you go, just so everybody knows who you are? And yeah.
All right. Hi, everyone. Yeah, thank you for this. My name is Ben Blaisdell. I'm one of the members of the Community Safety Task Force. I'm going to start us off tonight because I think I drew the short straw. But no, really, because this is actually my first time coming to a council meeting in person and the first time speaking, and so I picked a nice, easy issue to talk about, and I appreciate that. But I am going to get us into, real quick, go over our agenda, what we're going to talk about tonight. First, we're going to go into our framing, how we're approaching the issue based on the history of local history and also the resolutions from the town. We're going to do some quick acknowledgments. Those will be quick. Hopefully some research to back up the report. That is all in the report, but we'll summarize some of the key findings from the research, and finally probably spend the most time on the recommendations, and a few of us will speak at different times on different issues. So first, with the context and framing. First, we want to acknowledge the anti-racist organizations, and particularly the youth movements that led to the forming of the task force. Though that was sparked recently by the murder of George Floyd, we know that this kind of violence against Black people and other people of color has a long history. That movement sparked the town, however, the recent movement sparked the town to make the two resolutions listed here, advancing racial equity in policing and creating the task force. Two aspects of the language of those resolutions stood out to this, and language that was repeated in both of the resolutions, and that was alternatives to policing and not just police reform, and centering an analysis of race, and particularly a structural analysis of race. And we think these are both important. The race and equity pocket questions actually highlight these points when they say policing, which they say is rooted in slavery, has always been a concern in the United States. And according to historians and other scholars, the problem is embedded in the story of the nation and its culture. So here's several of the acknowledgments that we want to give. There are people even not listed here, people that we did listening sessions with, people that we did surveys and other talking with that we're actually not listing, and partially to protect some of the things they said. I'm not going to list everybody, talk about everybody here, but I will talk about the folks on the bottom, the Interfaith Council for Social Services, Quentin Harper, Nate Jones, Heather Nash, and Paris Miller-Fushi were integral to the community outreach that we did, and I don't think we would have gotten the richness in the report, both either in the research or the recommendations without their help. So I'm going to we're going to the research part now, and I'm going to do a little bit on the data on policing, and then we're going to hear from some other folks about the community engagement pieces. Okay, so, and again, I don't have to read all of the things on the slide, but you can see some of the points from the national data on policing. And, you know, that Black and Hispanic folks are disproportionately policed in a variety of ways. And this is actually not surprising data. This is why this task force was formed. That second bullet point under national data is of interest to us in part because Carrboro, as we'll probably mention once or twice, actually does well in not using lethal force. I should say the Carrboro Police Department in not using lethal force against residents, but there is disproportionality in non-lethal force. In addition, we'll see that the North Carolina data is actually very similar to. Okay, just wondering whether this is coming up. It's very similar to the national data, right? It echoes the national data, including here in Orange County. And then when we move to the North Carolina data, we see the similar trends. Very concerning to us is that black people are 4.1 times more likely and Latinx people 3.5 times more likely to be arrested for low-level nonviolent offenses compared to white people. And that 69% of arrests are for low-level crimes. And we're talking about big numbers here. And this is based on data going back from 2013 to 2021. And then some of the recent data actually supports the same trend. Again, positive that there's been no lethal force, at least since looking back to 2013. But there, again, is disproportionality when we do look at non-lethal force. And that's anything from handcuffing somebody, using a baton, restraining somebody in any way counts as non-lethal force, and other means as well. And now I'm going to pass it on temporarily to someone else.
All right. Thank you, council members. Wamik Chaudhry, another member of the task force. So in addition to the data that we looked at and the research that we did, obviously in the charge that y'all laid out for us, community engagement was a really key portion of what the task force was doing, because of course we want our recommendations to be grounded in what the community is calling for. So we took that very seriously. As Ben mentioned, we partnered with the Interfaith Council, who were incredibly helpful in a really wonderful coincidence. They happened to be undertaking a project that was very similar to the needs for our own task force, literally surveying folks on their feelings about community safety, which is exactly what we needed. So we joined up with IFC and helped out with that survey process. There's more details in the report in terms of exactly what that looked like, but there was a combination of phone banking, some canvassing of historically black neighborhoods in Carrboro and Chapel Hill, as well as community discussions, part of the Black August events held by IFC. And task force members took part in all parts of that information gathering. In addition to the survey, where we asked a number of questions about community safety, a lot of open-ended questions that required a lot of kind of processing of the data to understand what was really being said. We also held our own listening sessions. So we held two in particular, one with special guests who were invited from leaders of communities, of marginalized communities in Carrboro and Chapel Hill, who could speak to us about their experiences with law enforcement, and also another session with some experts nearby in Durham and Chapel Hill who had some experience with programs that kind of serve as an alternative to law enforcement, different sorts of programs. So in terms of our, we can go, the report has a little bit more in the data fleshed out a little bit more. So if you want to see the numbers in terms of how people responded, that's all there. But I wanted to focus really on the key findings. So there were certain things that we found over and over, both in the survey data, in the community listening sessions that we held, and in the canvassing. So I wanted to point out the key takeaways. So the first is that residents voice that they often experience a connection between, a lack of connection between police and the communities that they serve. So this showed up in multiple ways. We heard repeatedly from residents that they felt like that police, law enforcement officers don't know the communities that they're policing, that they're supposed to be serving and protecting as well as they should, that the community members also don't know who those law enforcement officers are. So there's a lack of a relational approach to the policing, to really understanding what the dynamics are in the communities that you're in. We did speak to some community members who, due to negative experiences with law enforcement, have kind of developed their own community-based networks that help them try to resolve conflicts and issues before having to resort to calling the police. But obviously that only exists in certain places. It's not these are sort of grassroots alternatives that have sprung up. So we heard lots of comments in lots of forums from folks who wanted more of a connection between police and their communities, particularly when they're calling on police to have their problems resolved. Residents also expressed a desire for more accessible community services. So places that provide services like mental health, housing, substance use assistance, domestic violence. Folks are really looking for places that are accessible, that have hours that work for when issues can pop up, and importantly, that don't carry a threat of criminalization with them. The third point here, affordable housing, this is really interesting, and we'll talk about this a little bit more. We don't go into a whole lot of detail in terms of affordable housing recommendations because we kind of felt like specific housing policy was kind of beyond the charge of the task force. But it was undeniable in our community engagement that housing came up over and over and over amongst the folks that we talked to, and it showed up in multiple ways. We spoke to a number of folks who have experienced houselessness. We also have many folks in Carrboro who, of course, when they think about what makes Carrboro safe, seeing neighbors who are unhoused contributed to their feelings of a lack of safety. Of course, we also hear from some folks who say that they feel unhoused people themselves make them feel unsafe. Whatever it is, it's clear that housing insecurity, affordable housing, is a key component of most people's conception of safety. So I'd really encourage the council to really think about that, adding to kind of the urgency for more affordable housing. Another thing that we found was showing genuine care is associated with feelings of safety. So we heard a lot from folks who talk about the difference in terms of law enforcement first response versus clinicians, mental health professionals, peer support professionals, people who are able to relate to the people who they're responding to in ways that communicate to them that they are there to serve them, to help them, as opposed to coming in with a mindset that may be more kind of directed towards more intense situations where force might be called for. A lot of folks express that seeing non-police first responders that are proactive and also that follow up after a call is really important to demonstrate the actual genuine care in serving and protecting. We also heard a lot about police reform, of course. In terms of what local residents talked about, there was a real range. We talked about this a little bit more in the report. How actionable the requests are varies. You can't force all Carrboro police to live in Carrboro, which is, for example, one of the kinds of things that we heard from residents. But sort of underlying everything we heard, more than anything, was a deep desire for a radical shift in the culture of policing. And I think that ties back a little bit to the previous point about the genuine feeling of care. We also found that participants, when they were aware of them, certainly preferred alternatives to traditional law enforcement whenever possible. They're generally seen as more effective. They're vastly preferred by the residents that we spoke to. And finally, accountability and community engagement are vital. We certainly had some conversations where people were direct with us about saying that they were skeptical, even that our task force was for real and actually wanted to accomplish anything, was capable of accomplishing anything. And so the clear message is that for the police department, for this council, for our task force and any future iteration of it, really following up with community members repeatedly, including them and letting them drive the process and the agenda is really important. We also, in addition to the community engagement, the data, and the research, we also looked at other existing models for alternatives to law enforcement. So close to home, of course, we have Orange County's street outreach, harm reduction, and deflection program. There's also the town of Chapel Hill's crisis unit, which came up a number of times in our community engagement discussions. And perhaps the most successful example close to home is Durham's HARP program, which we go into a little bit more in our recommendations, because we have a recommendation that's pretty similar to that. The HARP program has really been tremendously successful. It's been, I believe it was instituted in June of 22 for the past year. As you can see, it's responded to over 8,000 calls. They've been able to find that there's a wider range of calls that they're able to respond to than they initially thought. A very, very tiny percentage actually requires police backup. So there are loads of calls here that really reduce the burden on law enforcement while also allowing acute situations to be solved by the professionals that are best suited to being able to solve them. We also looked at other alternative models from across the country. Basically, what we see everywhere is everywhere that something like this has been instituted, there's a very significant percentage of calls. And in most cases, in most municipalities, the majority of calls can actually be responded to by unarmed first responders who are not from traditional law enforcement. And this just has like a serious cascading range of effects that have helped with feelings of safety in those communities. So we'll turn to the recommendations. We'll go into them in a little bit more detail, but what I want to say real quick is we could have written several pages more recommendations. We tried to focus on a narrow set that we think are actionable. We tried to order them roughly in the order of the priority that we see them as for the town. Also, it's going to be important, this task force is a first step. I'm really grateful that the council established this task force in the wake of the protests that we saw a couple of years ago. We're trying to take this very seriously. But if this is all that happens, if we submit some recommendations and we don't see implementation, we don't see continued engagement and development to see how well those alternatives and the ideas that we have are being implemented, how well those are working, how much the community feels like they're working, then we will really have done nothing. This is a very long-term project. So I encourage the members of the council to continue developing these proposals, keep up with the implementation, continue to be responsive to the community. And now let's go into a little bit more detail on those recommendations.
Hi, council members. Maddie Hayes, another member of the task force. I want to keep close the theme that was present earlier in tonight's meeting of guarding against the long and persistent arc of state-sanctioned violence and speaking to our first recommendation, which I want to locate within a larger point that Wamik spoke to. Undergirding all of our recommendations is the importance of affordable housing in Carrboro. Without affordable housing for all Carrboro community members, the impact of our recommendations will be more limited in breadth and in depth than they otherwise would be. During our months of listening with Carrboro residents, one of the most longed for strategies for true community safety following affordable housing was non-police crisis response. All Carrboro residents deserve skilled, compassionate, and unarmed care when we are experiencing mental or behavioral health crises or quality of life concerns. In the task force's first recommendation, which is to create and implement a pilot modeled after Durham's HEART program, which is listed and described in detail in our report, you'll see the 3 characteristics that have made this program so astronomically impactful and successful in Durham. The first is that the HEART programs are housed under a specialty department that operates in coordination with, but independent of, the city's emergency services. Second, the wide scope of calls that are eligible for non-police crisis response. When the pilot was first started in Durham, they acknowledged that the scope of calls that were eligible was much smaller, and then discovered that actually a non-police alternative was capable of responding to a much wider breadth of calls. And 3, the prevalence of lived experience among first responders and peer support specialists. We implore the town to ensure these 3 key characteristics are prominent in any non-police crisis response system, as well as thoughtful and well-designed language accessibility to effectively serve Carrboro's residents who speak languages other than English. Care navigation is one of the most utilized and high-demand strategies of the HEART program and is sorely needed in Carrboro, especially in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic as a driving force behind increases in mental health crises, housing displacement, domestic violence, and substance use. It is, however, inextricably bound to the need for more available, accessible, and decriminalized services in these areas, leading to our second recommendation.
Hello, council members. My name is George Barrett, and I am a Carrboro resident and a member of the task force. So, as Maddie alluded to, one of the priorities of the task force has always been making material changes to the town budget. So with that, it's also in line with the annual budgeting process that the town of Carrboro does. The task force believes the town council must take the recommendations of the task force into account when determining future annual operating budgets. And we have identified 2 primary mechanisms for our recommendations to be realized. One is consult with the city of Durham on revenue needed to fund a non-police crisis response pilot program modeled after the Durham HEART program. And number 2 is decrease the number of patrolling officers. So through a redistribution of funds by decreasing the number of patrolling officers and pursuing other sustainable revenue streams, we recommend that these new monies go to the following areas in the town's annual budget going forward. One is the long-term sustainability of a social worker position in the police department, and this position should not be dependent on grant funds. And another is increasing funding of the outside agency human services program. So we want to make more funds available to nonprofit organizations in our community working to advance and resource marginalized communities and so, as we said previously before, a lot of things that came out of here are that we heard from our community around needing more affordable housing, support for mental and social health. And so with this, the increasing of funding to outside agency human services flows resources that way to really prioritize organizations that do work in creating affordable housing, mental and behavioral health, community engagement, food security, youth and leadership development in BIPOC communities, and racial and economic justice. And then also, another recommendation for reallocating funding is create a funding source for existing Carrboro-based community-led organizations that are already engaged in creating a safer community outside of policing. And these are organizations that are formal organizations, but also even local communities and grassroots organizations or grassroots folks who are doing this work in their local communities. And so priority organizations that we mentioned in the report, but should be organizations like SORAD and Activate IFC Safety Vanguard, along with other organizations that we highlight in the report. And then finally, reallocate funding to develop resources to assist people who are low to moderate income with minor vehicle maintenance issues and registration/insurance renewal payments. And I'm also going to talk about the third piece, which is create a standing advisory board. As Wamik said, one of the things that was really critical to us for this, and also that we heard from community, is around accountability. We do not want this to be a report that sits on the shelf, but we actually want this to be something that is followed up on, that is built upon, that is evaluated, that the community trusts. Because that was something that was really ringing true that we heard from all of our community sessions in our research, is that if this is going to happen, is this actually going to be something that's going to be implemented? So our recommendation is to create a standing advisory board. And the function of this advisory board will be to monitor the implementation of the task force recommendations. It will be to monitor the reallocation of resources, so monitor that they actually are being reallocated, monitor police data and outcomes, and foster ongoing community engagement. And the makeup, so who should be on this advisory board, they should be folks who are diverse across a diverse cross-section of Carrboro residents, folks who experience as a member of a marginalized group burdened by racial bias policing, and folks who have experience with issues related to policing and safety, such as housing insecurity, mental health challenges, and also having been incarcerated.
Okay, me again. I'm going to talk about the last two sets of reforms. So even though we really push for non-policing and outside of policing solutions, we do have some recommendations that are more about police reform as well. And so those are focused primarily on, in the first one, non-arrest solutions and deflection from arrest. And embedded also in that first set of recommendations about discouraging enforcement, encouraging deflection of minor non-traffic related violations, is also this idea of eliminating performance measures that encourage arrest. So the performance of the police department shouldn't be measured on how many people they arrest, which many police departments do. And I think it is maybe even in the Carrboro budget that has language around that. So I think that's something we recommend, is eliminating that kind of measure. Second, eliminating or ending regulatory traffic related violations. And we know that there's already been moves in this direction, and the report expands on the way that is already happening with the police department, but then also looking at the ways that it is not happening, to look at other ways to make roads safe. And the report has even connections to a website and other things on the national level that are happening that are non-police ways to encourage things like speeding and reckless driving and a variety of traffic violations. And then the third one, there's also a recommendation about interacting with the community, and that one actually simply coming really from community, is that when police do come to communities, and not coming as responding to a crisis, but coming to engage the community, specifically that they come unarmed and out of uniform. And then the last one echoes a recommendation in the previous set of recommendations, and that is embedding a social worker. We don't think embedding a social worker should take place of the non-police crisis response team, but that it can be, and that's important because we don't want that to be relied on as we have this, so we don't need the non-crisis response team. But the social worker can communicate issues to and with police and with community that we think would still be helpful to police. And then the final set of recommendations is really just about data collection and data use. So we require the CPD, the Carrboro Police Department, to provide quarterly reporting to the town and to the public. I would say make that a little bit more accessible to read as somebody not in policing originally and not versed in this field. Reading the PowerPoints and going through that data is not always the easiest thing to do. And we know that there is reporting happening, but when we get to the second and the other recommendations, we want some more specificity. For example, requiring this idea of deflection and diversion should be reported in by the police when they deflect or when they divert, and when they don't, and why not, and who's being diverted away from arrests and citations and things like that. The third one is about creating a process to hold the police department accountable for how officers spend their time. And this, again, really came from the community who had questions about this, about do police actually spend their time on fighting and solving crime? And if you look at national data, a lot of that is actually they don't. And a lot of people, the police narratives are that police do that, and that's where a majority of their time is spent. But it's actually very little of their time spent. So we need more information about how they spend their time, so we can get more information about if the number of police we have and the funding for police that we have is actually needed. And I think we would argue it isn't. And then finally, the last two are really, so work with the advisory board, which we recommend, and the new department when it is created, or the new office when it is created, to think about how the board, or the town council, will know that program is successful. To come up with clear ways and talk to these members of these both bodies to say, how are we going to know it's successful? And then finally, for that body to, again, quarterly report on what they do. And the final thing that we'll just say is thank you for your time. We're obviously here to answer questions. And I just want to personally thank the fellow task force members. As the first time being on an advisory board, I couldn't have asked for a better team to work with. And it was, as hard as it was a pleasure to work with them.
Well, thanks for ending on that note, Ben, because I just want to start by thanking all of you for what has been I think, challenging but very productive year. I was so impressed when I saw the report and how clear it is, and how motivated by care and concern it is, and how motivated it is by the exact values that we incorporated into the establishing resolutions that put the task force together in the first place. So it just makes me feel really affirmed in the decision we made back then to do this. I want to just note a couple of things. In addition to thanking the members of the task force, recognize that we do have Councilmember Paris Miller-Fouché in the house tonight from Chapel Hill. I appreciate her being here. I know she's not here in her role as a council member, but instead her work she does with IFC Activate. But I appreciate Councilmember Paris Miller-Fouché for being here. I want to congratulate Task Force member Barbara Fetters for her recent election to our local school board. And I do also want to acknowledge and thank Chief Atack from our police department, and also Chief Potter from our fire rescue department are both here and listening, and I know open and really wanting to learn and work through the recommendations you shared today. So they obviously will be an important part of implementation of these recommendations. So thank you both for being here as well. So council members, there is a resolution in our packet that sort of addresses kind of next steps procedurally. I want to really take to heart what we heard from all of our task force members today about the importance of not letting this sort of die on the vine, so to speak, or get shelved, or something George said. I don't remember what metaphor George used, but all of the metaphors about not doing anything with this work. So one of the things that the manager did in the draft resolution was identified a date, actually the next possible work session date of the council, which is in January, for the council to spend time actually looking thoroughly through the recommendation, the report, considering options for next steps and implementation, taking into account, feedback from our police department, our fire rescue department, and other town staff about budget matters and these kinds of things. I think it's going to require some focused work session time by the council to really work through what you've recommended here. But you've got us to a great start, just in terms of the way you've structured it, the way you've prioritized your recommendations, and the way you've explained the rationale for why each is so important. But I also want to open it up for questions or discussion from council members before I entertain a motion to approve the resolution. Barbara.
What's up, y'all? And so I just also want to appreciate the group. It's been bumpy, sometimes. But we made it to the other side with these fabulous recommendations that we look forward to implementing. And so I appreciate you guys so much. I also want to appreciate Anita Jones McNair as Chief Race and Equity Officer, and her assistant, Canoe. And also Miss Dickinson, Kimberly Dickinson, who helped to pull this recommendations document together. And so we all did it together. And so I just want to appreciate you guys. And just like I said, look forward to implementing these amazing recommendations. Thank you.
Barbara. Sammy's next.
Yeah, you guys are amazing. I think it was very wise to limit the number of recommendations. It really allows this council, when it meets, very few options to be distracted by. And I do feel it's essential to have a community accountability task, continuation of what the task force was, but implementation committee is so essential, because this is just the tip of the iceberg of what else could be done. And we should be thinking of it as a living document like we do with our climate action plan, as we also have an implementation committee for that climate action plan. So I really do hope that coming out of that work session, the future council will be giving direction to have a work session, not a work session, a regular meeting where the implementation of such a implementation committee will happen. Because I think that is going to be key to not let this effort die, and really respect the input of the people who we heard from, who said, this is just going to be shelved and put on the, we won't see anything happen from this. We were also very fortunate to have Durham, the city of Durham, lead and model a way of doing public and community safety that is really focused on care of people and moving away from a way that we have historically done, what do you call it, policing, that doesn't necessarily represent care, to the extent that people too often get caught up in systems where they just can't get out of the cycle. And it's all a consequence of the way in which this country chose a while ago to not invest into people, but instead invest into housing them when they were problematic. And I think we have an opportunity to, and there's a growing movement to really join that movement and do it differently. So thank you all so much for all your work putting it together, and in such a short time frame, because though we were meeting for a while, it was really compressed for various reasons. But it's a super duper document and pretty awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Sammy. I just want to say, Eleazar, I do see your hand, and I have you on my list. You're coming up soon. And I also, before I go to Susan, who's next, want to note, council members, which I should have said earlier, we do have 4 people signed up to offer comments, so I want to hear from them as well. So I haven't forgotten you.
Sorry, can you just turn on the camera, because I can't see anybody?
And for some reason, Eleazar's camera is off.
What happened? The owl just went out.
Something's up with the technology, Eleazar. But can you hear us okay? Can you still hear us?
I can hear you. Yeah, I just can't see anybody.
Okay,
So
well,
just let me know whenever it's my turn.
We'll keep working on that, but
That's all it took.
okay, that's good.
Start video.
We're back. Okay, so next we'll go to Susan, and then Eleazar, and then Randy.
Yes, Ollie. Well, I'll keep this short, Eleazar, so you'll be ready to jump in right after me. I want to thank all of you very much for all of your work on this. And I had a chance to read through the entire report, and I was just really impressed by the work that you've done, and especially this opportunity to work with IFC Activate and hear those voices that I think are often not part of the conversation. So it was really great to have that lifted up. I noticed that the racial disparities focused on white, black, Latinx, no Asian, and I'm thinking especially refugee community members. And I was curious, I'm going to be fully supportive of this becoming a standing advisory board. And I'm curious why that group was not included, and will you be thinking about including it, assuming this becomes a standing advisory board?
Yeah, and so part of I think there's a couple reasons, if I'm remembering accurately. is the numbers were low on in the reports about Asians specifically in traffic stops. Most of the data we got at first was on traffic stops, and so the numbers were low there. I think it was the biggest reason. And I remember in some of the reports, I don't know if someone can correct me if I'm wrong on this, they're listed in some of the reports, they're not listed. So we wanted to be consistent across, if we were going to measure across years of what was happening, we wanted to be consistent with the groups that we always had data for.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two main reasons. And yeah, I mean, I think we should be looking at all groups. And I don't think we had anything I remember from any of the police reporting that talked about refugee population specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Police reporting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will say, Susan, I really appreciate you bringing that up, because one critical component of what we're proposing is language access. And so while refugee and migrant residents make up a smaller portion of the Carrboro population proportionally, each interaction with our town services, our emergency services, a non-police alternative, while those interactions might be lower proportional to the rest of Carrboro population, each of those interactions carries big consequence and detriment, because language access is usually quite absent in those interactions, despite there being like technological interventions that are attempted. So as part of the advisory board, part of our recommendations in the first recommendation is to really include a thoughtful process around how language access is incorporated into these models, and really leaning on local organizations that work with those communities, because the issue of language access, how it works, how it actually operates in a human-to-human interaction, even when technological sources of interpretation or translation are utilized, are deeply complex and require some really thoughtful and meaningful planning.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, very helpful. Thank you. The other question I had, another voice that I didn't hear in the report, but maybe I missed it. I didn't hear the voice of our Carrboro Police Department, and I was curious if they were. And I was curious if they were part of any of the conversations. Curious in terms of any ride-alongs with police officers. To what extent were they engaged in this process of the making of the recommendations?
I'd say early on, there were members of the police department that were present at our meetings. There was a point probably, I don't know, maybe 8 or 9 months ago, where we realized we weren't making enough progress with the report, and we kind of took charge of the process on our own and started meeting a lot more frequently, meeting with IFC, meeting in small groups that were not actually, full task force meetings. The pace of that work as it went along, and I'd also say we really wanted people to be able to be as vulnerable as possible. A lot of the meetings that we did throughout the summer were community engagement focused. So we had meetings where people were able to be, it was like a struggle session. People were really able to be open, vulnerable, and honest with each other and with us, which was quite an honor. We wanted to allow for as much of that as possible. And given that many folks were talking about their negative experiences with law enforcement, we thought that it would be best not to have law enforcement present for those meetings. Certainly for development and implementation of these recommendations, obviously there's going to be a lot of dialogue that's going to be required with the police department, and we hope that the council, and if there's a standing advisory board, that they can continue to communicate with the police department as necessary. But we did feel that it was important to give the residents the opportunity to talk about their experiences as much as possible. And for that reason, we did invite law enforcement to those meetings. We kept people's identities private because we wanted them to be able to speak freely. So basically, the short answer is at points in the process, law enforcement was involved. For a long period as we were doing our community engagement, they were not. And now that we have our recommendations, it's certainly time to bring them back in.
Great. And yes, I appreciate that, Wamik. Just in terms of feeling like those who are those who are receiving the recommendation, it's really nice if they are also a part of the feedback on those recommendations, and so just so that those conversations aren't too siloed. But I also understand the complications in trying to keep those conversations going with others. So I know you'll find just the right balance. Final comment very quickly. I love this idea of looking for ways to redirect funding in ways that we can get more at the root causes of what ends up resulting in somebody getting into the criminal justice system. And I just did want to give one quick pitch to our future Orange County diversion the diversion facility. And just in terms of that being a real game changer in this, really having all of these services all under one roof, making it so easy for people to be getting everything they need from, mental health, behavioral services to, help with substance use, or you name it, all of these different rental assistance and affordable, looking for ways that they can get placed in the housing system. So everything there for them. And I think that will be a really nice day when that comes. So I just wanted to celebrate that a little bit. Thank you all so much for all of your good work. And we do appreciate you very much.
Thank you, Susan. I saw Eleazar's eyes light up when he heard the term language access, so I'm sure we'll hear more about that. And Eleazar, you're next on the list.
Actually, I did want to, first I want to say thank you to all, everyone who worked on this. Thank you for the recommendations and all the hard work. I think, like many of my colleagues, I'm excited to implement your recommendations and fully in support of making this a long-standing commitment from the town and committee or board. But I did want to, can y'all talk a little bit more about language access and how that shows up both in the report and some of the work and moving forward? As y'all know, been working with the town staff to create a language equity plan for Carrboro. And I want to, to kind of like bring that into the conversation a little bit more.
Yeah, so language access wasn't a topic that we had the time to dig into and pull apart, which is why we lifted it up pretty heavily in recommendation number 1 in the report. And I work for the Refugee Community Partnership, and we work intimately closely with refugee and migrant communities here in Carrboro. And one of the things that we do is accompany folks in accessing local services. So that can be local nonprofits, local agencies, town services, interacting with law enforcement, interacting with social services. And I think from an institution's perspective, one can think about language access in terms of just securing a contract with a telephonic interpretation agency, right? And that's going to solve our problem. But language access is much more nuanced than that. And that's why our recommendation included in recommendation number 1 involves utilizing a human-centered design process in creating how language access is integrated into this non-police alternative to crisis response. Because at current, while yes, emergency services has a standing contract with telephonic language services providers, the utilization of that and is difficult and it's complicated, especially in emergency scenarios. And yeah, so anyway, hence the emphasis on using human-centered design, i.e., getting human beings in a room who interact with language access, with its opportunities and successes, and probably more importantly, its challenges and its failures, to really incorporate that into the model. And that could look like ensuring that particular languages that are present here among the Carrboro population, there are folks who are clinicians and first responders and peer support specialists who are native speakers of those languages. And that would also need to involve policy supports for those folks. So anyway, that's just an example, but hence the emphasizing human-centered design in that part of the process.
Yeah, no, I thank you for that, and I see specifically in the second to last paragraph, I think it is, or the third to last paragraph. But thank you for putting that. I do want to see more of as we work with the town and kind of create some policies for the town. I would love the committee to have a little bit more input as to what that looks like, specifically once we come up with a pilot and work together on that. But again, huge thank you for all the work that you've done on this committee, and I look forward to working to implement every single one of your recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Eleazar. Next, I have Randy.
Yeah. Thank you. Back in, I don't know, early 2021, when we were working on the language and the Sammy, Damon, and I on the language and crafting the outline, we knew this was going to be a heavy lift, and pulling together a task force that would form a team to actually not only carry out, but understand the vision and then be able to carry it out has been really important. I really appreciate this report. I've often wondered, how do you get from the concept to the actual scaffolding for diversion and deflection and caring wraparound services? And I think you've really laid out a wonderful roadmap. So I thank you for that, and I'll move this reso. I'm delighted to being able to do that after all this time.
Okay, so before I call folks up to speak, Randy's made a motion for the resolution. We'll just get that seconded, and then I'll move on.
Second.
Seconded by Sammy. And we do have a few folks. Barbara, go ahead.
I wanted to briefly go back to the third recommendation about creating a standing advisory board. And I was reminded of a conversation that this council had not too long ago about potentially combining the ones that we do have. I don't think nothing came out of that. But it makes me think about our race equity commission, who may be able to carry some of the load of these recommendations in this work. And so I wanted to go ahead and kind of put that out there as a consideration for number 3. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Barbara. Yes, there are these sort of pushes and pulls about, yes, we want to condense advisory boards, but at the same time, go ahead, Ben. Yeah.
I think thinking about that advisory board is going to be really important. As we've all dug into different parts, we've all looked at all parts of the report, but some of us dug into different parts more. The person who dug most into the policing part, someone who has knowledge and is able to look through that kind of data would be really important. So if it's somebody not, for example, on the Race and Equity Commission, to have that kind of voice, I think is really important. And particularly also, as we recommend in the people, again, with lived experience, people who've experienced housing insecurity, people who domestic violence on all sides of that issue, and combined with potentially being arrested for those types of things, and the separation of family, all those kinds of issues became really clear, were really informative of how heart works. And I think that is important to inform all of this work, is those voices be really central to however the town moves forward on that kind of board.
whether it's some kind of function of the Racial Equity Commission or another condensed, combined version of whatever existing boards we have. I think you're right. We need to keep the focus on what the point is, right? Which is who needs to be represented, what voices need to be represented there. I think that's great. Thanks for that, Ben. Thanks, Barbara. Okay. So let me call up, and I just have these names on the list. I don't know if that means you actually want to speak or not, but I'll just call you up if you wish to. I'll start with Nate Jones, who's on the list. Okay. And I think y'all can probably take your seats.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just remind folks who are here to speak, we do ask community members who are speaking to keep their comments to 3 minutes or less. So thanks for that. Thanks, Nate. Welcome.
Can you hear me, Eleazar? Taking a nap? Yep. Okay, cool. Good evening, council members and neighbors. My name is Nate Jones, and I, alongside Heather Nash and many of those who are both here and were unable to be here tonight, lead a local organizing coalition called the Safety Vanguard Project. This past year, our team contacted over 500 local residents through phone banking and door knocking, and we had 109 one-on-one conversations with community members about their experiences related to safety. We prioritize speaking with folks who live at the intersection of poverty and policing. With this, nearly half of our respondents were Black, and over a quarter either had experienced or were currently experiencing some level of homelessness or housing insecurity. We heard firsthand account from folks, people who live in Carrboro, North Carolina, about their experiences with homelessness, mental illness, substance abuse, domestic violence, and policing. We did not hear an overwhelming defund the police sentiment, nor truthfully did we hear much focus being placed on policing at all. Instead, and to emphasize again, when asked to define safety and to share what folks needed to keep themselves and their communities safe, folks named affordable housing, mental health, substance use, and domestic violence as their top concerns, as well as pedestrian safety, crosswalks, transportation, lighting. When folks did speak on policing, there was a nuance in their response that directs us to the root of the issue. Folks in our community, particularly those who are Black and or poor, all at once fear, need, distrust, resent, and rely on the police. Not necessarily because the police are best suited to resolve all of their challenges, but because what else is there that can? Those 109 responses, 109 lived experiences informed the recommendations that you heard tonight. Many folks in their responses, as noted, also expressed a very real sense of disillusionment and distrust in the political process, questioning whether anything was going to come of this. So our charge to you is to take these recommendations seriously, to follow through on the vision of our community by taking lead from those who are most impacted, and to create policies that represent and protect the dignity and integrity of their lived experience. Then, and only then, will Carrboro be the community it claims to be. And then, we may be able to say that we live in a place where safety is defined by the amount of care in our community, not by the amount of control. Thank you.
Next, I have Heather Nash, and then after Heather will be Zatori Thompson. Heather, did you still want to speak, or you good? Okay. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for coming tonight. Zatori Thompson, are you here? Come on up. Thank you for staying up so late. Absolutely, yeah.
I want to start by saying good evening. I feel really nervous to be here. It's my first time speaking, but I want to discuss the safety concerns that I have in our community. As you see, I'm a mother, and safety is a huge part of my life. As a mom, my priority is to protect and keep my son safe. But without a car, I face challenges on the way to his school and to work. We leave before dawn. We are barely visible on the sides of the roads. And if the bus drivers can't see us at our stops, how do you expect drivers to see us? I would love for you guys to take a walk with me to push a 35-pound stroller on the edge of MLK where there are no sidewalks and there are no street lights. I also wanted to discuss the fact that when I hear the word low income, I often hear that it is partnered with doesn't deserve quality. The rich get acres to waste while we can't get a fund for struggling families. Thank you.
So much. Thank you for staying with us so late tonight. Mr. Campbell, you still with us? There we are. Come on back up.
This is what I came for in the first place.
The double whammy.
Double whammy. You get to hear me twice.
Glad to. Thank you for being here.
Again, my name is Darren Campbell, and I'm really close to this subject a lot more than I was the aforementioned reform referendum. I too walk these streets at night. I'm visually impaired. I do not have the means to have a walking dog with me. I don't, because my lifestyle keeps me moving too much. I was up until 6 months ago, I was living on the streets here, and I had to face the same challenges that the people who are unhomed now face. You know, wondering if my stuff's going to be safe, wondering if I'm going to be allowed to stay there, and wondering if I'll ever have any change to that. You know, I worked this whole past summer, you know, with IFC Activate, with the Safety Vanguards, with voter reform, with housing reform, and I pushed everything I could. I stood in front of every committee I could. I stood in front of Chapel Hill Town Council saying the same thing that I'm saying right now. Okay, yes, it's great to have all these policies and all these great forms put together, but it does absolutely no good if nothing ever hits the road. If nothing ever changes. If tomorrow we get up and the same people who are left out of the conversation are still left out of the conversation, nothing will ever change. I applaud this Vanguard. I applaud this task force, and I also agree, you know, with something I heard, something that was said. The racial equity, they need to be involved in this too. They need to know. They need to be able to talk to the officers. They need to talk to the community. Because yes, the community, we're scared to death of the cops, but we ain't got no choice. We have no choice. And I've talked to officers. Some of the officers are feel the same way, that there is no communication. We need to communicate more. We need to get more involved with our community because we are neighbors, all of us. Thanks.
Man, thank you, Darren. Councilmember Miller Fouché, you're next on the list. And you know better than most how this works. You got your 3 minutes, and that's it. Cutting you off.
Mayor, Council, thank you so much. First, I just want to give a shout out to Activate IFC, specifically the Safety Vanguard Squad, and all the amazing work that you all have done in helping to inform the recommendations of the task force. And I want to thank the task force for the work that they've done. I didn't plan to speak tonight, but I just want to underscore some things when thinking about what it means to be a policymaker. And doing this kind of work and making sure that we're not doing it in a silo, making sure that we understand that it's going to take a regional planning approach to building collaborative community infrastructures that both Chapel Hill, Carrboro, Orange County, and I must infuse UNC. We need UNC Health to have some skin in the game to help us to address the social, economic, and environmental challenges that impact our safety. when we're thinking about evidence-based policing, sometimes we have to fund an outside source to do those data sets because sometimes amongst our staff, they don't have the capacity to do that work. And so I would really like to infuse from that policy making that we move, that we really have a roadmap and a process to move from analysis to action for reform and attaching it to goals. We need to make sure that we're seeking to identify policies which leads to law enforcement disproportionately and unfairly targeting people of color. I believe it was Councilmember Romaine who elevated the crisis diversion center that once it's online will be an amazing resource and a game changer in terms of our ecosystem as it pertains to community safety. I served on the Chapel Hill Reimagining Community Safety Task Force, and at the forefront of our recommendations were also affordable housing. We should not criminalize poverty. When we look at the lack of adequate affordable housing, low wages, lack of health care, and other systemic causes, we need to make sure that we're leveraging town-owned land to help subsidize and build affordable housing. We know housing is expensive, and the role that local governments can play is to drop off the land. And finally, to help build that community trust, implementation is paramount. So really work with staff, looking at the departments that these recommendations can be housed in and implemented. And so I would offer that to you all during your work sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paris. Thanks again to everyone who came out to speak tonight. I want to note in the resolution that's been moved and it's in our packet, just, you know, we have to do a lot of whereases and whereas and whereases in all these resolutions. But the important part of this resolution is, number one, that we have received this report. Number two, that we are in fact scheduling a work session of the town council to discuss these recommendations in greater detail and their implementation. That will be scheduled for January 16th of next year. That's the next available work session of the council. And finally, and most importantly perhaps, is just again want to express gratitude on behalf of the council to the members of the task force, Chair Barbara Fetters, Vice Chair Wamik Chaudhry, George Barrett, Ben Blaisdell, Maddie Hayes, and of course our staff liaison and Race and Equity Chief Race and Equity Officer Anita Jones McNair, who's with us tonight as well, for your many, many months of work to get us here tonight. So thanks again for that. It's been moved by Randy and seconded by, I think, Sammy to approve this resolution. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Thanks, Eleazar.
Gotta give him time to vote.
The matter passes unanimously. Thanks again, everybody. Madam Manager, we have that one remaining item that we moved around from the consent agenda. It's the transportation projects, call for projects.
Yes.
Do you want to go proceed with that matter?
Yes, thank you. The last item is the consideration of transportation projects for regional flexible funding. This agenda item is to provide the town council with information about federal funding allocated to the MPO for transportation projects and to consider adopting a resolution seeking regional flexible funding for FY25. And Tina Moon, the town's planning administrator, is here to provide information and answer questions related to this item.
Thank you, Marie. Welcome, Tina. Come on up. If you just walk slowly, Tina, and maybe if you have a presentation, slowly pull that up while Councilmember Nowell makes his way back to the dais. You don't have a presentation, so well.
I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay. Can we wait just 1 minute, Sammy? Thanks, everybody. Any chance to rejoin us? need to ask about.
Mr. Mayor, in the commotion, you came in and out. Are we looking at the item that we moved to the top?
Yes, this is item 6 from the consent agenda that we pulled. Yeah, thanks, Eleazar. Okay, Danny is back and Tina is at the podium. Did you have a presentation, or do you just want to answer questions? Or
I did not prepare a presentation, but if it would be helpful, I could offer some kind of overarching thought.
I think that would be helpful. If you would make sure to speak really closely into that mic so that Eleazar can hear you. Thanks.
Fortunately, I'm short. We tried to describe this in the abstract. The way we approached selecting projects. One was looking at Bowling Creek. If you read the resolution back when the plan was adopted in 2009, the direction was work toward phase 1A, then 1B, and then phase 2. So here we are with phase 2. That is not as challenging of a project from a design perspective in the sense that much of the right-of-way is either Orange County or the towns. The remaining portion, I think, is within one of the HOAs. It's an open space, so it's not in as close proximity to homes as some of the other projects. The other thing that we have heard loud and clear over the last couple of cycles when we've asked for funding for transportation projects is implement the bike plan. The Shelton Street project is one of the ones that is in that list of priorities. In our mind, East Poplar seems like a parallel track there, and there's an opportunity to do those together. The East Poplar project, I don't believe, would cost very much. That would be something that Public Works could handle pretty much as part of their resurfacing program using Powell money. The Shelton Street project is actually rather expensive. There's a number of elements that are involved in that. It goes beyond just kind of painting a designated line. It will likely involve the installation of a pipe to create some additional width. The front section will likely require some significant re-engineering to change the crown. So that's actually the price in there is in fact the price in consultation with the town engineer. The other project, the Maple Avenue, as you know, that's a project, that street is supposed to be converted to one-way as part of the 203 project. This would be an opportunity to make that into a contraflow lane. That is such an important connection piece for cyclists coming from Lippincotton in the downtown area, crossing over to the PTA thrift store bikeway. And we saw some real opportunities there to, with a relatively small amount of work in terms of staff capacity, make an important connection and really build the network from that side of town. That hopefully will also connect with the South Greensboro Street Sidewalk project, which is finally back on track, as well as that small segment that we're hoping to construct with ARPA funding to make the 300 block a wider sidewalk, or a multi-use path, if you will. That will help those who need to cycle and take Old Pittsboro, as well as pedestrians on the sidewalk, kind of funnel in together in a safe way. So it's a lot of stuff happening in a relatively tight area. So that was kind of our thought process, as we noted, in the abstract. There's a lot of stuff going on. So there is an element of staff capacity that we want to be thoughtful about. There's also an element of how much the community can handle at one time, either in terms of engagement or just in terms of disruption from construction. And we want to be thoughtful about all of those things together.
Thank you, Tina, for that background. And I'll come to council members in just one moment. One follow-up question. This is more about process, and maybe you can help us just as a group understand why we're here, why you're asking us for input on this, what this is. It's a call for projects from the MPO related to some federal funds that are available to be allocated among the member jurisdictions, including the town of Carrboro. Have they asked for can you tell us more about this call for projects. What did they ask for? How many projects do they want each jurisdiction to submit? Is it about the dollar amount? Is it about number of projects? Are these projects, what's going to happen after projects are submitted for the call? Are they going to compete with one another? Are they going to compete amongst themselves? I mean, can you just help us understand what is this project process we're involved
Sure,
in?
thanks for that. Yes, there are two main opportunities for the town to seek federal funding for transportation projects. And for any project, really, you really need to seek federal funding. So there's the 80-20 cost share there. The process that is just kind of getting underway now is the development of the STIP for DOT's, essentially their CIP, which will be a 10-year period of projects. The difference really between the regional flexible and the STIP is the sense that because the STIP is set up kind of like a CIP, it gives you an opportunity to kind of program things out a little bit, which is helpful for smaller organizations. That first year will be FY26. And so when you try to do costs, you really have to estimate out a little bit so that your costs are on target. And as you've noticed over the last couple of meetings, and I think we have another wave going forward, we've been in an active process of having STIP amendments to add money to our projects, then coming back to amend our CIP or our project ordinances to get those all aligned. The regional flexible, should I pause or should I keep?
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that so folks know that what you just described is the STIP process.
That is the STIP process.
That's a STIP. That's one avenue for obtaining federal funds, which is going through this whole rigmarole. What we're dealing with tonight is this regional flexible funding.
That's right. So this is funds that are brought into the MPO, and the MPO has an opportunity to distribute them. And folks may remember that it used to be that there would be a series of call for projects for each different funding source. So there'd be a call for CMAQ funds, a call for TAP funds. About 2 years ago, the MPO decided it would be beneficial to bundle all of those and do one call for projects each year. It was helpful from an administrative aspect, and it also helped the MPO staff guide local governments to the right type of funding for their particular project. And so this is the second call for projects using that approach. This year, there were a couple of changes in the way they set that up. The biggest thing was an increase that affects the town, I should say, is an increase in projects from a minimum cost of $100,000 to a minimum cost of $250,000. That was part of the interest of bundling a handful of bike plan projects that we felt didn't need a lot of public input, that we could just hand off to Public Works to lead that construction project. The estimate for Shelton Street, in honesty, was a little bit higher than I expected. So I was assuming when we chose those three projects that together they would make that 250 to 350 threshold. That was kind of the reasoning behind that. So in short, I think one of the things that's also important to understand is that this is an annual call for projects. When we submitted projects last year, you had to submit them for the year of the call, meaning they were for FY24. You had to submit them to be ready to move forward FY24. Our understanding for this year is you have a 3-year window, which means the earliest would be FY25, but you also have 26, 27 that you can request funding for. So for Greenway projects, for example, you typically would anticipate at least a year, if not a year and a half to 2 years for design, about a year for right-of-way, and then another year plus for construction. So when we started to think about estimates, we really thought about, FY25 for design, FY26 for right-of-way, FY27 for utilities and construction, and tried to add the appropriate amount of inflation so that our costs were realistic. That was probably too much in the weeds.
That's great.
But
So you've identified in the agenda abstract, it looks like 5, I think it's 5 total projects, although the bike plan ones you've bundled as one project,
right.
really. So it's 3 projects.
That's right.
Each one each of which meets the threshold minimum of $250,000.
Yes, when you add money to an existing project, that threshold doesn't kick in.
And the idea here, at least in staff's rationale, was these are projects that are kind of ready to get going in a relatively short period of time. And you have a sense of what's next. We know what's coming next. Okay, that's helpful to me. I know council members will have some other questions, and I know Sammy wanted to start.
Yeah, thanks for those questions and those answers. That provides some good context. You were also sharing the caveat or the concern of not overdoing it in terms of community input and staff capacity. And so I was wondering if what you've listed here is something that seems, I mean, it's listed here because you didn't list more. I mean, the fourth tab, it says other. Was that just prompting us to, I'm just trying to understand what the significance of what you said.
We always like to put other. It's respectful of input, but it's also in the opportunity that we just forgot something, that someone else thinks of that makes sense to include.
Yeah.
Amy, can I just real quick interrupt? And I wanted to come back, just a quick follow-up again around process, because as Sammy said, we've got these that are suggested as submissions. But what happens when they're submitted? Are these all going to get funded?
Sure.
Or is like one of them maybe going to get funded? Or
So it is a competitive process. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm trying to listen in, but I wasn't able to hear the last answers. If you could get just a little bit closer to the mic.
Thank you, Eleazar.
It kind of muffles out, specifically if other people are moving in the room. The eagle or whatever that thing is called moves the attention, so I can't hear.
Thanks, Eleazar. Okay, so if Tina is standing even closer to the mic now. So it's a competitive process.
It is competitive, yes.
And so is the likelihood that we get one of these funded, or maybe one, or maybe two? What's the...
I think it is reasonable for us to get all three of the submittals that we've identified funded.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt, Sammy.
No worries. So I think... well, one of the reasons I pulled it out is we've heard from some community members who reminded us about recently approving phases 3 and 4 of the Greenway, and then the opportunities wherever we might find them to really make those projects happen is one of the requests that we include phases 3 and 4 as another. My interest too is also, and because I know Chapel Hill is at this moment working on what they're going to do for the leg that would connect to our Greenway. And it makes a lot of sense for me that we would put more resources towards the design at that juncture, given the work that Chapel Hill is doing and our opportunity to collaborate in that effort. So that's where I'm coming from, just echoing what community members have shared with us, and interest in including phases 3 and 4 as part of the projects to be included in this.
Thanks, Sammy, for raising that up, because we had heard from, I assume, Tina, you saw some of the emails we received suggesting that those phases be, I guess one of the issues I'd be interested in learning more from you about is the idea that we add those to this list, or we take one of these out and add that. And that's where I get in kind of, because I also want to implement the bike plan, and so I do value the work that staff has put into identifying some real progress on projects that have been not spinning our wheels, but they've been taking a while to really get ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an opportunity, for example, to deal with the Shelton Street reconfiguration or the other bike plan projects that we have identified coming up on 5 years ago now, we need to get those done as well as our Greenway projects. So can you say more about, do we add another project? Do we replace one with the other? If there is some interest among council members in skipping to 3 and 4 rather than phase 2?
Sure. I guess I would offer two thoughts for that. I think it would probably, I can't speak for the manager or for my department head, but I think it would be challenging for us to submit all three, phase 2 and phase 3 and 4, particularly because we have Estes Drive extension coming up, which we will do in partnership with Chapel Hill. and do all of those at the same time. I think with the South Greensboro Street Sidewalk Project, Morgan Creek, I think that will be, I think, very challenging for us. Even if we were to bring on additional staff, it takes a lot of effort to manage consultants. There's reporting, there's public engagement, and so forth. I did just want to speak briefly. I did notice some of the costs that were included in an email. Those are outdated. As part of the P7.0 process, we did finally get an updated by Ed estimator tool. I ran the numbers before the meeting. I would say a ballpark figure for 3 and 4 for construction is much closer to 10 million and up, because there's a lot of unknowns yet. And again, that would be just using the tool for FY23 costs. If we start adding the inflation as I described, design at FY25, construction probably FY27, it could be quite a bit more than that. And so that would, by association, increase the 20% local match quite a bit.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. I will say again, I'm excited about the opportunity here to fund bike plan projects. I'm excited about the opportunity to finish the Greensboro Street Sidewalk project, which we've already gotten so far down the field. Notwithstanding that, we haven't heard a whole lot about this other opportunity around which phases of the Bowling Creek Greenway to include. I feel agnostic, I guess, about whether it's start with phase 2 as was anticipated in the adopted plan, or skip to 3 and 4 if that's makes more sense to people. I kind of don't feel strongly about. I mean, let's do one of them, but which one to me is a little more, maybe less important.
And just from your perspective, Tina, would there be value in doing something that's proximate to where Chapel Hill's doing their work? Would that dovetail, or is that not necessary in terms of like leveraging each other?
Sure. I think there's certainly benefit of working with them for the Estes Drive project. That project was actually given a single project tip number, and so there's an A segment and a B segment. One is for Carrboro, one is for Chapel Hill. And our interest was that we would do our design separately and perhaps even ask DOT to manage construction so that that could be more unified. So we are working towards that.
Separate from the Greenway, right? Yeah, it's okay.
But there is a potential kind of intersection there.
Of all those.
Of all of those, and another strategic approach might be, in interest of finding kind of that sweet spot, would be, this is an annual call for projects. We could use the next year to do a little bit more of the feasibility, do the crossing analysis, try to figure out where those crossings could occur, meet with the property owners. Right now the town doesn't have any easements there, or we don't own any property, let me put it that way. Even the Owasso easement is on others' property. And to get a sense of the comfort level of providing those easements and use that to put together more of a feasibility description so that we could get a better cost estimate moving forward, and that would help, I think, with our planning efforts. So that would be another approach you might like to consider.
And does that approach have input into this thing before us tonight? Would there be a way of representing what you just said here?
Possibly, but another approach might be that we use this year to kind of get our ducks in a row, so to speak, now that we have the council's direction, and that we reconsider this for the next year's call for projects.
By this, you mean phases 3 and 4?
That's right.
So maybe to honor what Sammy is, I think, getting at with his last question, is there a way to reflect that intent in adopting this resolution before us? In other words, approve this resolution that's in the packet with the projects that staff has identified as a starting, for this call for projects, and add to it a statement along the lines of the council also directs staff to begin for the next cycle of call for projects, feasibility analysis to better understand the opportunity to submit
Yeah.
phases 3 and 4 for a future call for projects. whatever.
I'll make that motion.
Does that make sense, Madam Manager?
Yes.
Comfortable.
Yes.
So
Wrap that together.
if, like, can we move that resolution with what Damon just said as an added there?
If somebody will second it, then we'll continue discussing. Okay, so that resolution plus what I just said, been moved by Sammy, seconded by Danny. Further comments from councilmen? Randy?
Yeah, I completely support the items as written in the attachment. I know the community is waiting for those items and has been waiting and expects them. I cannot support the 3 and 4 because just as you've said, Tina, we don't know about the costs, and I still feel like community is hoping for further discussion based on what Chapel Hill finds out with their design elements and the feasibility, not only in terms of the design, but also in terms of the finances. And for that reason, I would love to be able to support this, but if we leave in 3 and 4, I cannot.
Thanks for that, Randy. And just to clarify, so in case I was unclear about, what I think the intent is, the motion would be to adopt the resolution as written with the additional statement, not to submit phases 3 and 4 for this call for projects, but to direct staff to do additional feasibility analysis of 3 and 4 so that it could be prepared for a future call for projects,
But
not
wouldn't
this year.
be doing that feasibility anyway?
Well, this is going to, I think, make it clear that we want that done in time for next year's call for projects.
That's my point.
Okay, and that's what
And
you're not
I don't think,
Okay.
we haven't had enough community input when 3 or 4 people write an email and other people in the community have no idea.
I just wanted to make sure that we understood what the motion was.
No,
Everybody
I
else understand what the
understand.
motion is?
I do.
Well, it adds that staff is directed to begin feasibility analysis of 3 and 4 in preparation for submitting it in a future call for projects, but not for this year's call for projects. In next year's call for projects.
And does that have?
Well, that's the motion.
But 3, 4 people in the community know about it, nobody else knows about it. Go in there.
I'm a little confused, though. We've approved the alignment.
Yeah,
and
it's
so
an approved project. To say that people don't know about it is, we're talking about here about all about approved
They don't know
projects.
that you're looking for this for next year. I
appreciate the objection. Right. Are there further questions about, that's true, Barbara, thank you. Are there further questions about the resolution as it's been moved? Any other questions or comments? Susan, I had you on the list too. Did you have any questions?
It's been clarified. Thank you.
All right, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nope.
Thanks, Eleazar. Motion passes 6-1 with Randy voting no. Thanks, everybody. Tina, thank you so much for all that information. It was helpful to have orientation on that issue. I believe all we have now is a closed session. Is that correct?
Well, I think there are a couple of matters by council members.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do. A couple matters by council members. Let me go first to Susan on that. I think both Susan and Sammy had matters by council members.
Yes, thank you. So maybe Tina will come back.
Yeah.
I'm bringing you back because I think Marty may have talked to you about this. So I sent everybody a quick summary of what I was hoping to do here, but I'm the liaison to the Northern Transition Area Advisory Committee. There has been another recent accident on old NC 86, a bad accident. And it's just been one of many either accidents or near misses in recent years. And so the committee members are just kind of getting more and more concerned. They are getting very interested in doing something in terms of the speed limit. Right now, the speed limit is 45. There is a section, I think, around the Eubanks Road. It drops to 25. Maybe there's a couple of curves. I think it drops to 35. But by and large, there's about a 2-mile stretch, an old 86, going south, approaching Calvander. Speed limit is 45. The road is very, very narrow. There's parts of it, it's very rutted. There are lots of cars and trucks, especially during school pickup, drop-off hours. There will also soon be hopefully soon, the Jade Creek development will be going in there, which is going to add 70 plus more homes. So the folks there are looking for, feeling as if, given all of the congestion, the additional traffic, the speed limits, people are not 45 miles, they're really going 55 miles per hour. They were asking that we request of staff that they come back with a resolution, a very short resolution for us, hopefully a simple resolution, to request North Carolina Department of Transportation to lower that speed limit. I know it's been done in the past, and the hope was that we could get something even as soon as November 29th. I know there's a lot going on, but just to see if we could get this done while we still have this council here. And I wanted to first find out if that was a possibility and then see if there would be council support for that. I think hope Marty had talked to maybe one of you about this. Sorry, Tina, I thought it was you, so you get to go home if you like.
I'll talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Welcome, Trish.
Sure. Hey, good evening. In the past, a letter has been submitted to NCDOT requesting a change in the speed limit, and I think you've seen in the transportation reports that we have been communicating with DOT for a while about changes in speed limits really all around town. And we had a meeting just a few months ago with Chapel Hill and a staff person from the division about speed limit reductions. We were talking specifically there about Homestead Road. So we can certainly prepare a resolution if that's what you'd like that would convey an interest in specifically in changing the speed limits on old NC 86. Previously, we have NCDOT has responded before and has studied the matter and has provided feedback to us about changes there. Of course, there have been some changes too.
Doesn't hurt to ask again, you don't think? I mean, it's...
No, it doesn't hurt. And we are in conversation with them. We actually did reach out to them specifically because of the most recent fatality out there, and want to just bring their attention to our desire for for more comprehensive speed limit reductions actually around town. So, and hopefully, we will get some of those changes implemented. So,
is this something that people would be comfortable seeing on the November 29th consent agenda?
Sure.
Just a very quick question on that. Trish, these conversations, what is our town-wide speed limit? Do you remember?
Well, 35 is the norm for municipalities.
Is that ours?
Well,
we have one?
Well, everywhere it isn't posted, it's 35 technically, so, but in municipalities, but, we have lots of speed limits that are lower than 35.
Yeah.
And few that are more than that, but there are a few.
Where it's not posted, it's 35.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm just wondering if council at some future time might want to explore if it makes sense to have the default be lower than 35.
Well, that's the thing. That's basically the conversation that we're having. We can, as I said, for town streets, we have the ability to make those changes, but on NCDOT's roadways, we have to have their permission.
Y'all will remember that the council actually gave some feedback to staff during a work session this year, asking for exploring just that question. So,
okay.
They have communicated to us that reducing down to 30 miles an hour is something that we can probably do, but we have to identify the specific locations, which we've done, but we are working to try and get them to approve that. So,
Thank you.
So I'm going to
Yeah.
put some words into Susan's mouth here and assume that what Susan is doing is making a motion that the council directs staff to place on the November 29th consent agenda a resolution requesting that NCDOT lower the speed limit on Old NC 86. Is there a second? Seconded by Sammy. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Matter passes unanimously. Thank you, Eleazar. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it next time. Okay. Next is Sammy. Thank you, Trish. Thank you.
I just wanted to bring up this issue that is happening at one of our privately owned parking lots and how it relates to our regulations on signage and processes that towing companies should abide by relative to those signs. It appears that, thank you for the response, Mary, from staff, and they've identified that it's still out of compliance. And I was thinking like retroactively we could get some people's money back, but in talking with Nick, it's more like we can basically stop them from towing until they go back into compliance and just tell them. And for every day that they don't do that, which is hard to imagine they wouldn't do, then we would be able to assess a fee on them. But I think that is something we should do because this is affecting a lot of people, and it's not just bad for their well-being in terms of having to pay $600 and oftentimes while being patrons of Carmel Mall getting towed. Like there's it feels like there's a racketeering thing. I hate to say that, but from what I've experienced in people's testimony, that's how it feels. So I feel very strongly that we need to do it not just for them, but for the well-being of our downtown economy. Because so many people are saying, I'm never coming back to Carrboro, and it's very hurtful for our economy. So I would like to direct staff to do that investigation, that whatever the process is, to make them come into compliance, but also for the council to have an opportunity and Nick to review our current language in case there are some tweaks that have to happen there. Already with the language we have, it's clear that there's some putting them into compliance aspects of this. Correct, Nick? Of course.
Nick, will you use the microphone so that Eleazar can hear you?
He's laughing at me. Sammy, shortly after we spoke, the manager sent out an email about this. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's consistent with my view. I mean, in other words, the bottom line, if it appears that they're violating the rules out there about signage and in connection with towing, the bottom line is to investigate that, right?
Yeah.
Find out if that's true. And apparently, I mean, Sammy has knowledge of this and indicates that there is a violation out there. And then we go through the usual process, which we tell them, hey, look, this is what you got to do and get it right, right? And there are repercussions for someone who then does not comply. So I think that's the view that I share. Sammy and I did also talk about that today.
So in regard to the email that was sent, it sounds like the police department's working on a template and they'll disseminate it amongst business owners. I would like I'm not sure how long that template would take in the dissemination of it, but I think that for Carmel Mall, it's necessary to stop that, tomorrow, because it's like 12, 15 people. I don't know how many, but too many. And actually, I'd love to see that information because they report it to the police department. So if you could actually forward that to us, what they're telling, like they have to report the police department every time they tow a car from Carmel. If we could get that information to get some context as to like how many cars are actually being towed, I think it's very important to do this sooner than later.
But just go ahead, Marie. Sorry.
Yes. So if I may respond, the liaison that is going to be communicating with the business owners, he's working on that template. Even ahead of completing that, he plans to reach out to the Carmel Mall owner tomorrow and have the discussion and let them know that they're out of compliance and give them a reasonable opportunity to a period of time to get that corrected.
Okay.
And we've gone through this process one time. I don't know if we've had that discussion before, but we went out there and let them know that they were out of compliance. And he had a discussion with the tow operator, and they felt like they had gotten it into compliance. And so did the police, just going out there at first glance, looking at it and saying, okay, everything looks like it's been enlarged and meets the compliance. But since then, it's been.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. We received that email about them
Sure.
been in compliance that Friday, and then I went out there with the measuring tape and found that it wasn't. So I think it's important to really read what it says, the letter of whatever the ordinance, our charter, and and really like get it right, so we're not again saying you're in compliance and then coming back and saying, oh, actually you're not.
We're also doing a peer review of some of the other surrounding municipalities, looking at their language, seeing if there's any opportunities that we can take advantage of. It's probably not going to benefit the situation right now or have any fiscal impact where it's going to save anybody any money, but it will, help strengthen our current language a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that there's for example, in terms of signage that is required at entrances, there's the language says you could have that signage or you could have these signs within. And it's not clear, there's a judgment call in terms of like how effective the ones that are within are, like what they're serving, whether they're visible and all that. I think that we need to be clear about exactly what those standards are in terms of like visibility, because some signs are, if you're coming in this direction, you'll see it, but if you come this way, you don't see it, or they're facing in, so you only see it after it's too late when you're leaving. So there's some work there in terms of like getting that. Anyways, sounds like y'all got it, and I appreciate it, and look forward to stopping, damage to our downtown. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Sammy. Thanks for that. Thanks for raising that, and thanks again to Marie for that email response to council earlier today, which I thought was really helpful, and Nick, to you as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Well,
after our conversation, I go, this is what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, thank you. Stay on top of that. Great. Council members, it's a motion to go into closed session to, as described in the agenda, prevent disclosure of information that is privileged.
So moved.
Moved by Danny, seconded by Susan. We go into closed session. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are in closed session. Almost there, Eleazar.